My beloved, stop. Yes, stop everything. Put down the phone. Step away from the noise. Let go of the routine for just a moment, because this very breath is not like the rest. You may think you're scrolling past just another message, but you are not. This is not a motivational whisper, not a comforting quote in a sea of voices. This is me. I am. The one who formed you in the dark and watched you sleep when you didn't know if you could make it another day. I am not angry with you. My love burns too deep, too eternal, to be shaken by your struggle. I'm not here to scold. I'm not here to shame. I'm here to interrupt you, not to frighten you, but to find you. You've been hidden even from yourself, going through motions you no longer feel. The smile you wear is tired. The strength you show is thin, and the hope you've carried is bruised, but still breathing. I saw it. I see you. And I stepped into your day not to add another task or question or command. I stepped in to hold you still, to hush the storms inside you long enough to say something holy. So listen to me. Don't you dare click away. Don't skim this. Don't treat it like background noise. This is the divine interruption your soul has been crying for. Every second you stay, I will peel back the veil on what's been holding you hostage, and by the end, you will not be the same. Watch to the last word, because hidden in these moments are answers you stopped asking for and healing you didn't believe was possible. This interruption is not an accident. It was written on heaven's schedule before you ever learned to count days. While you were sleeping, while you were breaking silently in rooms no one could see into, I was preparing this moment, this divine collision between your soul and my voice. I don't need loud thunder to enter a room. I don't need an audience to perform a miracle. I come in stillness because it takes quiet to hear what you've been desperate for. Stop everything, child, not because the world is ending, but because I'm beginning something new inside you. Don't let your logic talk you out of this sacred second. You've rushed for so long, and I've let you run until you grew tired enough to pause. And now that you finally slowed down, I have placed this moment like a seed in your timeline, ready to bloom in the soil of surrender. You don't need to perform. You don't need to fix yourself first. You just need to be still. Still enough to hear the love in my voice. Still enough to feel how close I really am. I'm not far. I never was. I've just been waiting for the noise to fade so I could remind you that nearness is my nature. I interrupt not to disturb but to deliver. Not punishment but presence. Not shame but strategy. Not guilt but glory. And this is just the beginning of what I have to say. I see you. I see the way your thumb scrolls, endlessly swiping through screens hoping to feel something, anything that brings a flicker of clarity, a flash of hope, a breath of peace. But nothing sticks, does it? Nothing lasts. Is noise all of it? Beautiful distractions dressed in empty light. You're not lazy, and you're not lost. You're just tired. And I understand tired. I understand the weight that doesn't show on your face, but drags behind your spirit like a heavy shadow. You scroll not to pass time, but to press pause on pain, to numb the ache that rises like a question with no answer. But child, hear me. The noise will never be enough. Not when your soul is wired to hear heaven. Not when your DNA responds to my voice like a flame responds to oxygen. You weren't made to settle for second-hand sound bites. You were made to receive revelation. And that's what this is. Not just another message lost in the algorithm. This is the whisper you didn't know you were waiting for. This is me, cutting through the clamor, stepping into your silence, and saying the one thing noise can never give you: truth. living, breathing, soul anchoring truth. I am not speaking just for comfort. I am speaking for connection, for realignment, for restoration. You've numbed your questions because you were afraid of the answers. But I'm not afraid of your questions. I'm not offended by your doubt. I've collected every tear that fell while you stared at the ceiling, wondering if I was real. I never flinched. I never left. I never rolled my eyes at your pain. I leaned in. And even when you couldn't hear me, I was speaking. Through the delay, through the detour, through the disappointment. My child, I have not been quiet. I've been waiting for the moment your spirit would grow restless enough to seek something real again. And here it is, right now. This is not coincidence. This is divine collision. My whisper isn't weak. It's intentional. I don't need volume to carry power. My words carry weight. And when I speak, even your buried wounds begin to lift toward light. I know the ache beneath your humor. I know the fatigue behind your achievements. I know how you nod blithely at the world, all while screaming inside for something more. You don't want another pretty post. You want presence. You want proof that I'm here, that I know, that I care. So hear me now. I am here. I know. And yes, I care more than you can imagine. This is not a voice among many. This is the voice that called galaxies into motion and yet knows how to speak softly enough to stir your weary heart. I'm not distracted by the multitudes. I'm focused on you. Yes, you. The one who wonders if you still matter in a world moving too fast. The one who keeps giving even when you feel empty. The one who has mastered the art of appearing fine while quietly unraveling. You matter more than you know. And I'm not cutting through the noise just to talk. I'm cutting through to deliver. To download. To drench your soul in something heaven-made and earth-shifting. What I'm speaking now isn't recycled inspiration. It's original. It's organic. It's tailored for the terrain you've walked through. You didn't scroll into this moment. You were summoned. And everything I'm saying is proof that I see the soul beneath the performance. I'm not here to pat you on the back. I'm here to lift the burden off your back. I'm here to replace the static with strategy, the dissonance with direction. I'm here to silence what was loud and amplify what was true. And child, this whisper, it's about to break barriers. Listen closely, beloved. I'm not asking for your lifetime in this second. I'm not requesting endless hours of perfect devotion. I'm asking for a pause, a breath, one holy moment where the world fades and you finally feel me again. That's all. Just this moment. Don't overthink it. Don't drown it in pressure. I'm not demanding a marathon. I'm inviting a miracle. And that miracle begins the instant you stop measuring your spiritual worth by your consistency and start realizing that I can do more in one breath than 1,000 efforts born from exhaustion. This is the kind of breath that parts seas, that melts chains, that moves angels into position. I'm not timing your attention with a stopwatch. I'm capturing your heart with eternity's hand. In this breath, if you'll let me, I'll speak the word that rewrites your future. Just a breath, child. That's all I need. Because in that breath, your walls drop. In that breath, your ears open. In that breath, I become more than a distant idea. I become real again, closer than your thoughts, louder than your fears, softer than your shame. I know how long you felt far. I know how prayer began to sound more like pleading than peace. But you don't need to climb a mountain to reach me. I'm already here. I'm already speaking. You just need to breathe. and believe I am in that breath. You see, the enemy has been lying to you, whispering that you have to give me everything or nothing, that if you can't be fully on fire, you're better off staying cold. But that's not me. That's never been me. I'm the God who finds the one lost sheep. I'm the one who leans in when you barely whisper. I'm the fire that doesn't burn out when your wick is low. I don't need a perfect hour. I need an open second. I need a breath where your heart says, I'm here. That's where I meet you. That's where the divine invades the mundane. I don't despise your busyness, child. I just don't want it to bury you. And right now, this breath, this sacred stillness, it's more powerful than you think. It's where I drop answers like seeds into your soul. It's where I redirect what looked irreversible. It's where I remind you that your small yes can trigger heaven-sized change. You've been waiting for the perfect time. But I'm telling you, the perfect time is a myth. This is the time. Now, this breath, while your guard is down, while your soul is leaning in, this is where eternity finds entrance. This is where I pour presence without performance. Just let me in. And hear me. What happens in this moment will echo beyond it. You may return to your day, your responsibilities, your world, but you won't return the same. I don't enter a room and leave it untouched. I don't speak and let hearts remain hard. I don't breathe and let atmospheres stay stale. Something is shifting even now, even in the silence. You can feel it. That slight tremble under your skin. That strange peace settling in where anxiety used to live. That's me. That's heaven exhaling into your dryness. That's revelation beginning to root. And all it took was this moment. This breath. Don't rush it. Let it finish what it started. Let it soak deep into the corners of your life you keep hidden. Let it rewrite the rhythm of your steps. And if you forget everything else, remember this. You never needed a perfect life to have a perfect moment with me. Just one breath. One yes. One still second. That's all it takes for me to take what was broken and breathe it back into beauty. Lean in. I need you to hear me clearly. You've been walking through what felt like deafening silence, like I disappeared behind a wall of unanswered prayers. You looked for signs and found none. You searched the skies for thunder, for lightning, for anything loud enough to match the volume of your pain, but it seemed like all of heaven had turned its face away. That silence became a weight, a haunting echo. And in your most honest moments, you started to wonder if I had moved on, if I had given up, if I had passed your name by in favor of someone more deserving. But hear me now. I never left. Not once. That silence wasn't absence. It was incubation. I was never ignoring you. I was insulating you. Because sometimes, beloved, silence is the sound of strategy. While you heard nothing, I was commanding everything. While you felt alone, I was surrounding you with unseen armies. I had to let the noise die down around you so that the clarity I've been preparing behind the curtain could emerge without confusion. I was aligning timelines, softening hearts, rerouting what could have destroyed you, and mending fractures you didn't know existed. You thought I was doing nothing. But I was doing everything, all at once, beneath the surface of your understanding. You see, I don't just speak in volume. I speak in velocity. And what you thought was stillness was actually sacred speed. But my kind of speed doesn't rush, it builds. I wasn't standing still. I was standing guard. Guarding your destiny. Guarding your anointing. Guarding the unveiling of what I planted in you before time began. I didn't let the curtain rise too soon because what I'm about to reveal through your life must be seen in its fullness, not in fragments. If I had spoken earlier, you would have misinterpreted my voice through the filter of frustration. But now that your heart has grown still enough, now that the clutter has been cleared, now that the soil has been softened by surrender, clarity can finally take root. What felt like abandonment was actually alignment, and what seemed like delay was divine design. Child, don't curse the quiet. The quiet was your cocoon. It was your preparation. It was the sacred space where I was whispering blueprints into the walls of your spirit. You weren't being forgotten. You were being formed. And now, the curtain is beginning to lift. Can you feel it? The holy tension. The tremble in your chest that something is about to break loose. That's me. That's heaven leaning in, ready to reveal what I've been holding back until your spirit could carry it. The clarity I'm about to give you will explain the silence. The direction I'm placing in your hands will redeem the waiting. This is not a leftover word. This is not a recycled revelation. This is the very strategy the silence was sculpting. And I'm not just handing you answers. I'm handing you authority. The kind of authority that only comes after silence has stripped every false dependency. This is why the pain lingered. This is why the confusion lasted. Because clarity this weighty can only be entrusted to those who endured the hush without letting go of hope. You stayed. And because you stayed, I'm entrusting you now with what noise could have never taught you. Discernment, direction, and destiny refined by fire and silence. I saw you last night. Yes, that moment. When the weight in your chest felt like it might collapse your breath. When you lay awake, wide-eyed in the dark, wondering why everything feels heavier than it used to. The fatigue that doesn't leave, even after sleep. The pressure that builds, even when you're still. The questions that keep circling, not with curiosity, but with weariness. And you thought maybe this means you're failing. That maybe you missed something. Maybe you aren't strong enough for the road ahead. But listen to me now. Your exhaustion is not evidence of weakness. It's the whisper of transition. It's the holy hush that comes before revelation. Your exhaustion is sacred. It's the divine signal that your striving has finally slowed down enough for me to speak without shouting. You've outrun your own expectations, tried to carry crosses that weren't yours, wore a mask of I'm fine while your soul was unraveling. And now, your strength is spent. But child, this is not where you fall apart. This is where I step in. This is where divine exchange takes place. Your weariness for my whisper, your burden for my blueprint, your collapse for my covering. Exhaustion doesn't disqualify you, it positions you. Because only emptied hands can receive. And yours. They've been clenched so long, trying to hold everything together. But look at them now. They're trembling. They are loosening. You're opening. And that's where I begin. I don't wait for performance. I respond to posture. And this posture, this place of undone honesty, is the soil I've waited for. You don't need to prove anything to me. I'm not asking for strength you don't have. I'm offering myself as the strength you forgot you could lean into. I know how you serve it, how you've poured, how you've been the strong one when no one asked how you were doing. I saw every private moment where you swallowed pain to be present for someone else. And I regarded them all love for genuine but for a warrior. And now, your soul is finally quiet enough, finally bare enough, finally desperate enough to hear the fullness of what I've been holding for you. Your exhaustion is not your enemy. It's your invitation. This is not burnout. It's breakthrough. This is not collapse. It's the beginning of clarity. The weight you feel pressing down isn't just from life. It's the nearness of my glory. You've asked for me to move. You've prayed for deeper intimacy. And now I'm answering, but it requires surrender. The old ways of coping won't carry you into what's next. The performances, the perfectionism, the pretending, it has to fall away. I'm not asking you to be impressive. I'm asking you to be honest. You be open. You be still. Because your soul knows what your schedule has tried to ignore, that you need me now more than ever. And here I am. Not far. Not angry. Not disappointed. Just present. Just patient. Just powerful enough to meet you in this exact moment and whisper the words that will breathe you back to life. This is your salam, your sacred pause. And in it, I will not just restore you, I will recommission you. This exhaustion will not end in collapse. It will end in clarity, calling, and a comeback only heaven could write. Let me speak something sacred into your bones right now. You are not here by mistake. You did not stumble into this moment like a leaf drifting on the wind. You were carried here, drawn here, summoned here, by divine orchestration, not random coincidence. I carved this second into the calendar of eternity long before the world gave you a name. This isn't just a fleeting emotional flicker. This is a sacred alignment, a holy collision between your aching questions and my eternal answer. I knew exactly when your soul would be tender enough to hear me again. I knew the precise breath you would inhale when this word would reach your eyes and strike your heart. And I wrote it all into the fabric of your story before you ever took your first step. You've second-guessed your timeline, haven't you? You've wrestled with regret, with what-ifs, with a haunting voice of comparison. But child, none of those doubts hold jurisdiction here. Heaven's ink already sealed this moment. The intersection of pain and promise, of surrender and strategy, of brokenness and breakthrough. You didn't get here by chance. You were delivered. I need you to understand the magnitude of that. I didn't just allow you to arrive here. I authored it. I timed the delays, the detours, the disappointments. I heard every sigh that escaped your chest, every prayer muttered between tears, and I didn't waste a single one. You are reading this now, not because you clicked the right thing, but because heaven clicked into your coordinates. I sent this word not to the world at large, but to you specifically. It's why it feels so pointed, so personal, so precise. Because it is. This isn't vague inspiration. It's divine information coded into the cadence of your calling. You've been walking through fog, but I've been guiding you by fire. You've questioned if you missed it, but I've held the map all along. And now, at the apex of divine timing, I'm turning the page. I'm pulling back the veil. And what I'm revealing isn't just a message, it's movement. You've arrived at a threshold. This is not just another step. This is a seismic shift. I etched the state in the margins of eternity. I've been waiting for your spirit to catch up to what I already wrote. And now that it has, the seal is breaking. The shift is beginning. What happens next is not reactive. It's redemptive. The losses, the loneliness, the long nights that no one understood, they weren't wasted. They were woven into the crescendo of your calling. You felt forgotten, but you were being fastened. Fastened to favor. Fastened to fire. Fastened to a future so drenched in glory that even your past wounds will bow before it. I am not a god of accidents. I am the author of alignment. And this moment, this very one, is proof that I never lost track of your timeline. I timed it down to the second, the syllable, the sentence. So stop doubting. Stop retreating. Stand in awe, because what I set in motion before the stars ever shone is now unfolding before your eyes. Ever this moment. Hell cannot erase it. And child, nothing, absolutely nothing, will stop what I've started. My child, I need you to know something that no one else could have told you. Not because they didn't care, but because they weren't there. But I was in that dark room when you curled into yourself, trying to keep quiet so no one could hear the sobs. I was present when your tears soaked the pillow and your prayers turned into silence, not because you had nothing to say, but because saying it hurt too much. They didn't see you break, but I did. They didn't hear you whisper, "God, where are you?" But I did. And I didn't just observe, I responded. Not in ways you recognized at first, not with the instant miracle you imagined, but with orchestration, with a holy arrangement so intricate, so intimate, that even angels paused in reverence. While you were sleeping, I was scripting. While you were hiding, I was highlighting. While you were unraveling, I was rewiring. Because I knew the day would come when your spirit would be ready again, ready not just to survive, but to receive. And now that day is here. This is not just a moment, it's a merger, a divine collision between your soul and my voice. You didn't wake up to an ordinary day. You woke up to divine delivery, a word wrapped in heaven's handwriting. You see, when you cried alone, I was already setting this message in motion. When you questioned if I even remembered you, I was whispering your name into the assignments of angels. I don't need a crowd to make an impact. I don't need a stage to speak with weight. I came to you in silence because the silence had made you sensitive. The brokenness had made you receptive. And now that your defenses are down, now that your heart is open, I'm not wasting a second. I'm pouring truth like oil into the wounds you stopped explaining. This is not fluff. This is fire. This is the moment I've waited for, the moment when your soul would collide with my sound. Let me make this even clearer. While others slept on your value, I stayed awake. While others forgot your worth, I was composing your unveiling. You thought nothing was happening, but everything was happening, beneath, behind, beyond. I shifted seasons and summoned stillness. I rerouted people, paused timelines, and interrupted the enemy's whispers just to clear the path for this one meeting. And now, you're here, not watching by coincidence, not reading by accident, but receiving what was born from midnight movements. I'm not just weeding you. I'm marrying my word to your weariness. I'm bringing heaven to your hallway. You may have been silent, but your silence was loud in the spirit. Every broken breath, every collapsed prayer, every limp step, it echoed through the throne room. And I caught them all. I bottled them all. And I built this moment on top of them all. So understand, this is not just the beginning of healing, it's the beginning of history. Your story is shifting. Your soul is turning toward me with rawness it never knew it had. And I am responding not with theory, but with touch. This moment is me leaning in, me reaching out, me pressing my hand against the exact wound that's been bleeding in secret. Don't rush it. Don't reason it away. Just receive. Because what I'm pouring now has been reserved since the foundation of the world. A divine appointment kept in secrecy, now delivered in glory. This is the moment where your soul collides with my voice, and everything begins to change. Don't downplay this moment. Don't reduce what is sacred to something small just because it's silent. The world has taught you that loud equals important, that fireworks mean favor, that flashing lights and dramatic shifts mean something divine is happening. But I need you to unlearn that noise. I need you to understand the power in the stillness. This encounter, right here, right now, may not come wrapped in thunder, but it's heavy with eternity. The air around you has shifted, not with sound, but with sacred significance. This is not a break in your schedule. It's a breaking open of your soul. I am not moving with theatrics, but with transformation. Don't let the subtlety fool you. Heaven doesn't need spectacle to shift destiny. Some of my greatest miracles are birthed in the hush. Some of my strongest moves begin with a whisper, and this whisper has your name engraved into it. This moment may seem quiet, but it's echoing through generations yet unborn. This is not ordinary time. This is divine alignment. You're standing at a crossroads between what was and what's about to become. And I'm not calling you to comprehend it all. I'm calling you to carry it. This encounter may seem simple on the surface, but beneath it flows a river of revelation. Eternal consequences are being set in motion right now. I'm speaking into wounds you stopped acknowledging. I'm unraveling chains you didn't know you had learned to live with. I'm unlocking doors your faith had stopped knocking on. And though no one around you may see the shift happening, your spirit knows it. You can feel it. A tension in your chest, a tremble beneath your ribs, a stillness that speaks louder than sermons. That is me. That is the Holy Spirit hovering over you, not just to comfort, but to commission. You are not having a casual moment. You are having a holy encounter. Stop trying to measure the moment by your senses. Your eyes see quiet. Your ears hear stillness. But your spirit, your spirit is picking up the thunder of destiny's footsteps. What I'm doing now will ripple across seasons. The decisions you make in the silence will echo into future chapters. You may not see the full picture yet, but know this. Something irreversible has been set in motion. What I've started cannot be undone. What I've planted will bloom, even if it's buried for now. You don't need a crowd to validate this encounter. You don't need applause to confirm its authenticity. All you need is this: the peace that passes understanding, the warmth that wraps around your spirit like a mantle, the clarity that comes not in chaos but in consecration. Child, this encounter is not small. It's sacred. It's not weak. It's weighty. And the shift it brings will outlast the silence it comes wrapped in. I need you to understand something that will forever change how you hear me. I'm not raising my voice to compete with the chaos. I'm lowering it to match the nearness of my presence. The world is a whirlwind, loud, demanding, echoing opinions, distractions, and expectations. It screams for your attention, your performance, your alignment with its shifting standards. But I'm not of the world. I don't shout over its volume. I whisper through it. And the reason I whisper, beloved, is not because I am far, but because I am closer than your next thought, closer than the breath you just took. My whisper isn't weak, it's weighted with wonder. It's not lost in the noise. It lingers in the places you pause. You see, shouting is for strangers across the distance. Whispering is for intimacy. I whisper because I'm near enough for you to hear me in the quiet. I whisper because I want your stillness, not your struggle. You've been listening for the booming voice, the dramatic sign, the unmistakable thunder. But what if I told you that I've been speaking all along? In the nudge you couldn't explain. In the line of that psalm that pierced your spirit. In the moment your heart beat a little faster when no one else noticed. That was me. Whispering. Wooing. Waiting for your attention to tune in. I'm not a god of confusion. I am the God of clarity. But clarity doesn't always come in capital letters. Sometimes it comes in a breath, in a moment, in a phrase that arrests your spirit. And you felt that, haven't you? At sudden pause in your soul, at holy hesitation, at sacred stop. That's me. I am not absent. I'm attentive. And I am speaking in a way that draws you closer instead of pushing you harder. Let me give you this image, beloved. When a parent wants to comfort a crying child, they don't shout across the room. They bend low. They kneel close. They whisper gently, so the child's heart settles. That's what I'm doing with you. I'm not commanding you to perform. I'm inviting you to be held. I'm leaning in, not with rebuke but with reassurance. I'm whispering because I want you to realize you don't have to run anymore. You don't have to strive. You don't have to earn my attention. You already have it. You've always had it. My whisper is my witness that I have not abandoned you in the volume of life. I've simply been waiting for your soul to grow still enough to hear how close I really am. So now, let your heart soften. Let your ears tune. Let your spirit lean forward. Because what I'm about to say next, child, will not come with fanfare, it will come with fire wrapped in a whisper. And that fire will refine you. That whisper will restore you. That closeness will carry you through what's ahead. Don't search for me in the storm when I'm standing in your stillness. Don't strain to hear me in the crowd when I'm speaking in your closet. My voice may not shake the earth in this moment, but it is strong enough to shift your spirit forever. I'm not shouting because I'm angry. I'm whispering because I'm near. And if you stay here long enough to really listen, you'll realize I never left. My beloved, let me settle this once and for all. You were never being punished. Not for the way you wept. Not for the way you wandered. Not for the things you couldn't fix, even when you tried your hardest. I watched you tie yourself in spiritual knots, trying to explain to yourself why the door stayed shut, why the answer didn't come, why the promise felt delayed like a letter lost in transit. And because you didn't understand the delay, you whispered accusations to yourself. Maybe I didn't pray enough, maybe I messed it all up, maybe he's disappointed in me, but hear me now, and hear me with your soul wide open. Those delays weren't signs of rejection. They were shields of mercy. I wasn't punishing you. I was protecting what I planned to give you. I wasn't holding it back to hurt you. I was holding it in place so it wouldn't collapse in your hands. Not all delay is denial, child. Sometimes it's divine delay. Delay that covers, guards, prepares, preserves. Delay that teaches your spirit what your intellect could never comprehend. Delay that develops depth, that forges faith, that chisels character in the caves of hiddenness. I saw what was coming ahead. I heard conversations you weren't meant to hear. I knew what would have poisoned the promise if I gave it too soon. So I held it back, not from cruelty, but from care. I let the clock tick longer than your comfort allowed because timing matters more than tears when it comes to glory. I wasn't ignoring your prayers. I was upgrading your capacity to carry what you asked for. Would you really want me to pour out rain before your roots had deepened? To open doors you hadn't built the strength to walk through? You would have crumbled beneath what you begged for, had I given it in the hour of your impatience. And that, beloved, is why I waited. Not because I doubted you, not because I designed you for more. I designed you not just to taste favor, but to sustain it. Not just to enter the blessing, but to embody it. And that takes time. That takes tension. That takes holy delay. What felt like me stepping back was me stepping in, intervening at a depth too divine for your eyes to see at the time. And now, if you will let me, I want to redeem your understanding of delay. I want to rewrite the story you've told yourself. Because every delay carried an assignment. Some delays came to protect you from counterfeits that wore crowns. Others came to prepare you in the fire, not to burn you, but to refine you. Still others were designed to break your dependency on applause, approval, and your own plans. Every moment I delayed was a moment I designed. Nothing was wasted. Not 1 second. You were being punished. You were being positioned. Positioned for peace that doesn't perform. Positioned for glory that doesn't crush. Positioned for relationships, roles, and responsibilities that require the new version of you that emerged from the waiting. And now that the waiting has done its work, now that your foundation is secure, I'm ready to release what's been kept under heaven's lock. But first, believe me when I say, the delay was never a detour. It was your divine development, and the weight of what's coming next will prove it. My child, I have watched every moment. I've seen the tear that trembled down your cheek when you thought no one noticed. I've recorded the sighs that slipped from your lips like whispers of surrender. I was there when you sat in the corner of your room, unable to speak, barely able to breathe, wondering if you were still seen. I never blinked. I never turned away. Heaven has a record of every moment you stayed faithful while feeling forgotten. Every time you got up again. Every time you kept walking when your legs felt like stone. Every time you chose kindness when your own heart was crumbling. You thought no one saw. But I saw it all. I saw every clenched jaw, every breathless prayer, every midnight hour you offered up a yes even when everything in you was aching to give a no. And child, I didn't just see. I wept with you. I stood with you. I walked beside you. Not as a distant deity, but as the God who draws near to the broken-hearted. The God who numbers tears like stars. I've never looked away. Not once. Not ever. Even when heaven seemed silent, I was speaking through your stillness. Even when the answers didn't arrive, I was already orchestrating outcomes far better than what you imagined. You've lived through seasons where your prayers echoed like they were bouncing off brick walls, and you asked me with trembling lips, "Are you even still listening?" And I want to answer that with thunder now. Yes. Yes, I was. Yes, I am. Yes, I will always be. My ears are not dull. My memory is not faulty. My attention has never wandered from you. Even when others left, even when friends faded, even when the crowd turned quiet, I stayed. My faithfulness is not based on your performance. It's based on my nature. And my nature is eternal, constant, committed. So when you were waiting, I was watching. While you were crying, I was covering. While you were doubting, I was defending. And let me tell you what I was doing while you were waiting. I was building a blessing with your name etched into its bones. I was fortifying promises so they couldn't be stolen by the enemy. I was sealing doors that would not open until your heart could hold what was on the other side. I never stopped being God over your waiting. The throne was never empty. The heavens were never asleep. And now that the hour is shifting, now that the veil is thinning, I want to give you the proof that I was never absent. You'll start to see it in unexpected alignments, in divine appointments, in whispers of confirmation that feel like lightning in your chest. It will come, not because you forced it, but because I kept it. And I always keep what belongs to me. So trust me, when you thought I was doing nothing, I was actually doing the most. I've been watching over every moment. Not one was wasted. And now the season you prayed for in secret is about to show up in public. I need you to understand something vital right now. This word, this moment, this holy breath you're standing in, it isn't just sent to soothe. It's sent to steer. This is not merely comfort for your weary heart. This is command for your next chapter. I am not just wiping your tears, I am handing you a torch. Yes, I am near to the brokenhearted, and yes, I weep when you weep. But today, I also speak with the voice that spoke worlds into being. I am not only the God of compassion, I am the God of commissioning. This message is not just emotional, it is instructional. I'm not here to merely coddle your wounds. I'm here to clarify your way forward. Because now that your ears are open, now that your heart is soft, I'm not going to waste this sacred silence with sympathy alone. I'm pouring strategy into your spirit. Not vague inspiration, but precise direction. This is a divine dispatch, straight from the throne, and it comes laced with alignment. You've cried long enough. You've questioned deeply enough. And now I am giving you something to walk with, not just something to cry over. My words today are layered with latitude, movement, action, shift. This is me giving you marching orders wrapped in mercy. You're not just being held, you're being handed something. You're being handed blueprints for breakthrough. And you don't need to understand it all at once. Just receive. Let the weight of my word rest on you like a mantle. I'm instructing your spirit before I ignite your steps. Because comfort is the first wave, but direction is the undercurrent. I'm calling you to move, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, perhaps even physically. Where you've been stuck, I'm planting signs. Where you've stood still, I'm placing wind. And this wind is not chaos, it's divine propulsion. You don't need a map when you're following my movement. I will guide you with eyes sharper than sight and hands stronger than circumstance. But you must let this be more than a moment of feeling. You must let it become a moment of following. You've been asking for clarity. Well, here it is, not in bullet points, but in divine language. My direction doesn't always arrive in loud announcements. Sometimes, it arrives in alignment. Pay attention to what subtly loses its appeal. Pay attention to what doors close without your pushing. Pay attention to the invitations that feel too small now. That's me leading you. That's me redirecting you. Laduetin comes wrapped in peace and confirm and convivian. This is why I had to clear the clutter from your ears. Because my instructions carry power, but they require precision. So let go of the need to control every outcome. Let go of the lie that says you have to have it all figured out before you take the first step. My word is a lamp, not a floodlight. You won't see the whole road, but you will see enough for the next move. So take it. Take the word I've spoken and walk it out. Write it down. Pray it through. Let it anchor your atmosphere. You weren't just visited. You've been drafted. And this divine dispatch comes with an assignment attached. And now, as you breathe in what I've just revealed, hear this. This word wasn't just for you, it's meant to flow through you. What you just heard is manna, and when you share in this table, I multiply the meal. I've called you not only to receive my voice, but to fund the fire that carries it into other hearts still wandering in silence. Every offering given in super thanks, membership, where through PayPal is not currency, it is kingdom seed. I am the Lord who says, give, and it shall be given unto you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. Luke 6:38. Child, when you sow into the sound of my word, you become a torchbearer in the dark. Don't delay. This is holy ground. Move now, and watch me honor your faith with harvest. Let me say this plainly, child. This is not poetry. This is a prophecy. This is not a motivational whisper wrapped in pretty phrases. That is a divine download, full of weight, full of purpose, full of war-winning wisdom. I'm not here to make you feel better. I'm here to make you bolder. You've had enough inspiration to last a lifetime. You've heard enough sermons, read enough devotionals, saved enough quotes. But what you need now is not a sugar rush for your soul. It's spiritual strategy. That's what I'm giving you today. This is the sword you've been waiting to wield, the instruction you've longed to receive but were too overwhelmed to hear. You don't need more goosebumps. You need God-breathed guidance. And that's what I've wrapped into every syllable I'm speaking. This is me equipping you, not entertaining you. This is me instructing you in real time, because your next steps matter too much to walk blind. I'm handing you keys, yes, keys. Not just comforting words, but catalytic wisdom. Keys that unlock the next level. Keys that break you out of patterns, habits, and hesitation. You've circled the same mountain too long. You've asked for signs, and I've given you instruction. Because signs point, but instructions produce. And what I'm giving you will produce the fruit your prayers have been watering in secret. Obey what I say now, even when you don't see the full picture. Obedience is not a burden, it's a builder. It builds capacity. It builds consistency. It builds character that can carry the crown. You say you want the next level. I believe you. But next level doesn't come through emotion, it comes through execution. And that's what this instruction is about. It's me trusting you with blueprints while the walls are still invisible. Will you follow me when the bricks haven't yet appeared? Will you move when all you have is my voice and not a visual? Because if you do, child, you will see what your inspiration never built, but your obedience will. This moment, right here, is sacred. Not because you're being stirred, but because you're being sent. I'm commissioning you through these very words. You don't need to wait for a pulpit, a platform, or a perfect day. You have permission now. Take the instruction. Follow the leading. Begin with what I've placed in your hands. I've already confirmed more than you realize. I've already closed doors to protect the path. I've already stirred the waters around you. And what I give, I guide. I don't hand instruction and then disappear. I walk with you through it. I will whisper again at the fork in the road. I will hold you steady when the weight of obedience feels heavier than comfort. I will fight for the fulfillment of every word I have spoken. This is not the end of the conversation. It's the beginning of activation. Now rise. Take the instruction. Let it burn in your bones. Let it drive your decisions. Let it lead your life. Because you weren't just inspired today. You were instructed. And instruction, when obeyed, births impossible things. Listen to me. You've exhausted yourself trying to build what only I can create. You've stayed up nights with thoughts spinning like a carousel, replaying conversations, mapping out plans, trying to reverse engineer peace through control. You've held the weight of outcomes on your shoulders like a stone too heavy for your frame. But I never asked you to be the architect. I never asked you to draw the design. I asked you to follow me, to trust the blueprint I drew before you were even formed. You spent so much energy trying to predict what's next, afraid of wrong turns, haunted by what-ifs, consumed by the fear that if you miss one step, the whole thing will fall apart. But child, this is not a house of cards. This is a divine construction, and I, your God, am the master builder. Every wall, every corner, every detail marked by my hand. And no storm, no delay, no decision can collapse what I myself have authored. Stop pressuring yourself to solve what I've already settled. Stop analyzing every silence as a signal of danger. Stop thinking you have to have all the answers before you move forward. That is not faith. That's fear dressed up like strategy. Faith says, I'll walk, even if I don't see the full map. Faith says, if he built the blueprint, then the structure will stand. And let me assure you, this blueprint has not changed. What I promised you still stands. Even with the detours. Even with the heartbreak. Even with the times you thought you messed everything up beyond repair. I accounted for it all. Your delays didn't shock me. Your questions didn't throw me off course. I wrote the blueprint with your humanity in mind. I factored in the wondering, the wrestling, the waiting, and I never once crumpled it up. So take a breath, child. Take the pressure off. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are exactly where you need to be to take the next step. You don't have to know every turn. You just have to know my voice. This blueprint doesn't need your perfection. It needs your partnership. And you've partnered through tears. You've partnered through silence. You've partnered even when your faith wavered and your strength wilted. That matters to me. You don't realize how proud I am of your persistence. I'm not looking for Vo's builder. I'm looking for faithful follower. And that's what you are. So let me remind you of something sacred. My plans for you are not fragile. They do not break beneath the weight of your uncertainty. They do not expire under pressure. They are rooted in eternity. So when you don't know what to do next, come back to the blueprint. Come back to my word. Come back to the last instruction I gave. You don't have to create the way, you just have to walk it. And I'll be there, with every step, whispering, reassuring, healing. I'm not just building something for you. I'm building something with you. And no tool formed against this blueprint will prosper. Now breathe and trust. Because the foundation is firm, and the architect never leaves the site. Hear me clearly. You are not walking into uncertainty. You're walking into my preparation. I've gone before you. I've walked the roads you're afraid to take. I've stood in the places you fear will collapse beneath your feet. And I've made them firm. I've already entered the moments you're dreading. I've already spoken peace into the conversations you haven't had yet. I've already placed strength in the days you think you won't survive. Nothing you're about to face is foreign to me. I didn't just plan your journey. I walked it before you ever arrived. And doctor's appointment. I was already in the room. That hard to see, and I've already layered it with grace. That next step you're nervous to take. I've placed angels along the path. You are not walking into the unknown. You are walking into the already known. Into the already governed. Into the already covered. You are walking into a day I've custom crafted with care, with clarity, and with covenant. You see the shadows ahead and call it darkness. But I see the shadows and call them evidence that I've placed light up ahead. Where there is shadow, there is a source of light. And I am this source. You fear what you cannot see, but I need you to trust what I have already seen. I saw every fear before it rose. I saw every enemy before they planned their attack. I saw every burden before it ever landed on your shoulders. And I answered it all, before it even touched you. My preparation precedes your pressure. My provision precedes your need. And my presence, oh, child, my presence precedes your arrival. I don't wait for you at the finish line. I walk with you from the first step, every step. I surround you in front, behind, beside, and within. You've never taken a single step alone. Not when. I don't call you forward unless I've gone forward first. And what I've seen ahead is not destruction. It's destiny. So take courage, not from a wish but from a word. I've already prepared joy in the places where pain tried to grow. I've already released provision in the exact spot where fear said, there won't be enough. I've already filled tomorrow with answers that today's questions haven't even formed yet. I didn't leave your future to chance. I filled it with my presence. I tailored it with tenderness. I lace it with purpose. And now, all I need is for you to step into it, not with dread, but with boldness. This next season won't catch you off guard, because it can't catch me off guard. And I'm already there, waiting to unfold the wonders I've hidden in plain sight. So when fear whispers, what if it all goes wrong? You speak louder and say, my God is already there. When doubt says, you can't handle what's ahead, you remind yourself, I'm not handling it alone. Because you're not. You never were. You never will be. I've gone ahead of you, and what I've prepared is not destruction. It's divine destiny wrapped in undeniable grace. You've been under attack, not just in your circumstances, but in your cadence. You used to walk with a certain rhythm, faith pulsing steady like a war drum in your chest, hope rising with the dawn, purpose moving through your veins like fire. But lately, that rhythm has been disrupted. Your steps have felt staggered, your breath tight, your prayers unsure. And it wasn't because you failed. It was because hell recognized your sound. Your rhythm terrified the darkness. Your consistent yes, your quiet obedience, your hidden strength, it was shaking things unseen. So the enemy aimed not just for your surroundings, but for your stride. He tried to trip you with discouragement, derail you with delay, deter you with doubt. He wanted to break the beat of your belief so that you'd lose momentum. Because if he could steal your rhythm, he could dull your roar. But child, what he failed to calculate is that your roar is not based on volume, it's based on revelation. And here comes the revelation. I am restoring what was broken. I am reigniting what was dulled. I am reactivating the rhythm of heaven inside of you. The roar I gave you is not just a shout. It is a sound of authority, a frequency of faith that causes the earth to shift beneath your feet. The enemy came for your rhythm because he feared your rising. But I am the God who raises the dead. I am the God who sings songs over dry bones. And I have not lost your frequency. I've preserved it. While you were silenced, I was storing up power. While you were disoriented, I was rewiring your roar. And now, in the sacred moment, I am flipping the switch. Your silence is ending. Your staggered steps are straightening. Your voice is returning. And it's not just any voice. It's a prophetic roar that carries generations within it. You don't just carry sound. You carry shift. You carry sound waves that alter atmospheres. And I'm not just handing you a mic. I'm handing you a mandate. Roar again, not because you're recovered, but because you're resurrected. And let me tell you something else. Your rhythm is returning stronger, more sure, more steady, more saturated in spirit than ever before. The enemy underestimated the power of stillness. He thought if you stopped moving, you were losing. But in the stillness, I was strengthening. In the hush, I was honing. I was shaping a sound that's no longer rooted in feelings, but in foundation. You will not just return to your former pace. You will exceed it. You will run and not grow weary. You will walk and not faint. Because your rhythm is now wrapped in resurrection. And the roar that's about to come from your spirit. It won't be fragile. It won't be performative. It will be born from fire and forged in faith. So don't be afraid to move again. Don't be afraid to speak again. Don't be afraid to believe again. I didn't come just to comfort you. I came to command your roar back into existence. And nothing, no demon, no delay, no disappointment, can silence what I've ordained to rise. I see you, standing at the crossroads of confusion, heart pounding, hands trembling, eyes searching for signs you can't seem to find. You're trying to be strong, trying to hold it all together while quietly wondering, but if I choose wrong? What if I miss it? What if this uncertainty is a sign that I'm off course? But hear me. Uncertainty doesn't disqualify you. It invites you. It invites you to reach not for control, but for me. I am not the God of confusion. I am the God of clarity. And in moments like this, when nothing else feels stable, I want you to know, my hand is steady. My presence is sure. My guidance is unshakable. You don't need to see the full path. You just need to find my hand in the dark. You just need to hear my whisper in the stillness. And I promise you, beloved, I'm not far. I'm not watching from a distance. I'm standing right beside you, hand extended, waiting for you to release your grip on fear and grab hold of me. You've tried leaning on your logic, but it only gets you so far. You've asked for a sign, but silence answered instead. And you've wondered if that silence was rejection. But it wasn't. It was redirection. It was me weaning you off the need to feel in control and bringing you back to the beauty of trust. Do you know what trust is, child? It's reaching out, even when your eyes are shut tight with uncertainty, and choosing to believe that my hand hasn't moved. And let me tell you something holy, my hand never wavers, never shakes, never pulls back. In every season, it remains open to you. When you were strong, I held it. When you were weak, I carried you in it. When you didn't even know which way was forward, I was turning you gently in the direction of destiny. And now, in this uncertain place, I'm not asking for your perfection. I'm asking for your surrender. Reach for me and I will take care of the rest. I want you to know that I'm not disappointed in your uncertainty. I'm not frustrated with your questions. I welcome them. I use them. I transform them. Even the uncertainty is part of the journey. You are still chosen, still called, still covered. I never picked you because you were confident. I chose you because I knew what I could do with a surrendered heart. And today, your surrender matters more than your certainty. So take my hand. Take the next step, even if it's trembling. The ground won't give way beneath you, not when you're walking with me. I hold the blueprints. I control the winds. I steady the earth. And I know exactly where this road leads. It leads to goodness. It leads to growth. It leads to glory. So rest in this. Even when you don't know what to do, you're still safe in the arms of the one who does. I've never dropped you. I won't start now. You've been feeling it, haven't you? The tremors in your world. A sudden shaking. The unexpected losses. The unraveling of what you thought was stable. The friendships that fractured without warning. The plans that dissolved in your hands like vapor. And you've asked yourself in the quiet, why is everything shaking? You feared it was a punishment. You've wondered if I was angry. But child, listen, the shaking was not to punish you. It was to protect you. It was not to break you. It was to break you free. Some things had to be shaken loose because they were slowly suffocating your spirit. Some relationships, roles, mindsets, and systems looked stable on the outside but were secretly keeping you from your next season. And I couldn't let you walk into your future shackled to what was never meant to stay. So I shook it, not in wrath, but in mercy. I know it didn't feel like mercy. I know the tearing hurt. I know the silence after it felt like abandonment. But it wasn't. It was me, removing the counterfeits so I could make space for the consecrated. It was me, shaking the scaffolding so the true structure of your life, your calling, your convictions, your character, could be revealed. You see, child, I will never build your future on foundations I know are faulty. I'll never let you place your weight on people or plans that can't carry you through the storm. So yes, I allowed the shaking. I initiated it. But I did it to dislodge what could never last, so I could establish what would stand. The shaking was strategic. It was surgical. It was spiritual warfare cloaked in chaos. And now that the dust is settling, I want you to look again. Look at what remains. That is what was meant to remain. That's what was built on rock. That's what can carry you forward. The enemy tried to convince you that the shaking meant you were unprotected, that you had been forgotten. But let me correct that lie with truth. The shaking meant you were deeply loved. Loved enough for me to intervene. Loved enough for me to say, this cannot continue. Loved enough for me to break cycles, remove idols, and collapse illusions. And now that the false supports have fallen, now that the unnecessary has been removed, you're free to build again. But this time, with me as your cornerstone. This time, not with the approval of man, but the alignment of heaven. This time, not for performance, but for purpose. So don't resent the shaking. Revere it. It was the sound of your chains breaking. It was the sound of your true self emerging. And soon, very soon, you will see that everything I removed was making room for everything I promised. And what I build cannot be shaken. Not now. Not ever. My child, how long have you been pretending? Smiling while silently screaming. Carrying burdens that don't belong to you. Acting like you're okay just to keep the peace. Keep the image. Keep everything from falling apart. You've mistaken survival for strength. You've worn busyness like armor and independence like identity. But deep down, you're tired. Deep down, your soul is sore from carrying so much for so long. And here I come, not to demand more from you, but to relieve you. To rescue you from the lie that says you have to keep it all together. Hear me clearly. I never asked you to be strong for everyone. I asked you to trust that I would be strong for you. My strength isn't a theory, it's a lifeline. And I'm offering it to you now, not as a reward for getting everything right, but as a refuge for being worn out by the weight of it all. You don't have to fake your faith anymore. You don't have to rehearse strength in public while falling apart in private. I see the pressure. I see the pretending. And I'm calling you out of it, not to expose you, but to embrace you. You weren't made to carry this alone. That ache in your chest, that exhaustion that no sleep seems to fix, that's not weakness, it's a signal. A sacred signal that you've reached the edge of your own strength and it's time to fall into mine. I never intended for you to sustain yourself. I didn't design you to grind endlessly in your own effort. I formed you to be filled by my spirit, by my rest, by my presence. So stop performing. Stop striving. Stop trying to be aggressive and let me be intimate. I don't love the image you've projected. I love the real you. The tired, trembling, beautiful soul who's finally ready to lay it all down. Lay it down, child. Not in shame, but in surrender. Let me carry what you can't. When I said, my strength is made perfect in weakness, I wasn't offering poetry. I was offering partnership. Real partnership. The kind that walks with you into boardrooms and bedrooms, into parenting and pressure, into silence and struggle. My strength is not seasonal. It's not limited to spiritual highs or Sunday mornings. It's constant. It's concrete, and it's available now. You don't have to qualify for it. You don't have to beg for it. You just have to receive it. And how do you receive it? By releasing the image. Releasing the need to be everything for everyone. Releasing the fear that if you stop holding everything up, it'll all fall. Let it fall, child. If it wasn't built by me, it needed to fall. Let the image shatter so the identity could rise. You are not strong because you've never broken. You're strong because I've held you through every break. Now rest. Deeply. Fully. Honestly. My strength is not just your backup plan. It's your new beginning. And it starts now. I know the thoughts that have haunted you, especially in the quiet. The ones that whisper you missed your moment, that you waited too long, that the delay was disobedience, and that the window closed without warning. I know the regret that drips like rain down the walls of your soul. What if I had just moved sooner? What if I hadn't hesitated? What if I blew the only chance I had? But hear me now with absolute clarity. You haven't missed anything I've assigned to your name. What's mine to give is not fragile. It does not expire. It cannot be stolen. What I've written into your destiny is protected by my sovereignty. I don't operate on your clock. I operate on the timeline of heaven. And my timing is perfect even when it's painful, even when it's perplexing, even when it looks like everything around you is passing you by. You're not behind, you're becoming. You're not late, you're being led. And I have not lost track of your journey. I didn't forget the word I gave you. I haven't tossed aside the promise you barely hold on to anymore. Even when your grip loosened, my hand never let go. Child, some delays were divine. Some waiting seasons were wombs. The enemy tried to make you think they were graves, but they were growth chambers. The hidden years were not punishment. They were protection. They were preparation. I was doing things in you that the platform you asked for could never do. I was shaping the character that can carry the crown. Because elevation without transformation is always dangerous. And I love you too much to let you rise prematurely. So no, you're not behind. You're being aligned. And when the moment comes, when the door swings open, you won't feel behind. You'll feel built for it. Let me speak to that ache of comparison that creeps in when you see others moving faster. I see how it stings. I see how you try to celebrate, but somewhere beneath the surface there's a voice that says, "But what about me?" Let me tell you, their lane is not your lane. Their timeline is not your map. Their calling is not your crown. I don't do copy-paste destinies. I custom graft each one. You are not late. You are right on time, for the kind of story that requires fire-tested faith, not just flash. You've been seasoned, not sidelined. And when your moment comes, it will look like everyone else's. It will look like something only heaven could have designed. And it won't be small. It will be a backup plan. It will be redemption in full color. So take a deep breath. Shake off the shame. Look me in the eyes again. You haven't missed it, and you never will. Because what I wrote for you cannot be lost. It can only be revealed. You may feel like a face in the crowd. But I'm Mehdi. You've scrolled past stories, heard testimonies, watched others get their breakthrough and wondered, did you forget about me? And somewhere in your soul, a lie has tried to settle that your name is too small to matter, your life too quiet to be seen. But child, hear me with the weight of eternity. I have never, not for a second, lost sight of you. Your name is carved on the palm of my hand, not just in a list, not just among millions, but etched with intention, engraved with affection, remembered with unshakable, eternal love. I don't love you with a general kindness. I love you with specific tenderness. I know your dreams. I know your wounds. I know what makes your heart leap and what makes it ache. I am not guessing who you are. I designed who you are, and I have never been distracted from you. When I look at you, I don't see a statistic. I see a story. I see the moments when you showed up with trembling faith. The days you kept believing even when the silence screamed louder than any sermon. I see your fingerprints on prayers no one else knows you prayed. I see the way you've carried burdens quietly because you didn't want to burden others. I see the courage it takes just to stay, to keep showing up, to keep choosing hope, to keep loving when it costs everything. And I am moved by it. Heaven takes notice of it. I don't just love your spirit, I love your humanity. I love the nuance of your personality. I love your voice, your tears, your laugh, your questions, even the parts of yourself you try to hide. There is no version of you I'm trying to replace. I'm not waiting for a perfected version. I'm pursuing the real one. The one who's reading this right now. That's who I died for. That's who I'm fighting for. That's who I love. So never again say, "What about me?" as if I somehow lost track of your place in the story. You're not forgotten. You're woven. Woven into the tapestry of kingdom history with threads only you carry. You are irreplaceable, unrepeatable, and undeniably mine. I didn't just call you a child, I called you my child. Not one of many, not of one. I don't mass-produce miracles. I handcraft them, and your story is one of them. I've tailored every chapter to your growth. I've timed every revelation to your healing. I've planned every encounter, every word, every shift with you in mind. So stop shrinking. Stop apologizing for taking up space in my heart. You are not an afterthought. You are my obsession. You are seen. You are known. You are chosen. And the love I have for you isn't fading. It's fierce. It's forever. And it's specifically yours. You've carried that pain like a secret you were too scared to unpack. You've looked at the struggle and wondered, what did I do wrong? You searched your memory for some failure that could explain the storm. But I need you to hear me now, loud enough to break every lie that shame has whispered in the dark. This is not punishment. This is positioning. You are not under judgment. You are under construction. And construction zones often look chaotic. They sound loud, they feel disruptive, and sometimes they seem dangerous. But what's being built in you is worth the shaking, worth the stripping, worth the scaffolding. I'm not tearing you down. I'm tearing off what can't come with you. The pain you've felt has not been my wrath. It's been the pressure of purpose expanding inside you. I know it feels heavy. I know you've wondered if I've turned my face. But I haven't. I'm right here. And if you only knew what this pain is preparing you for, you would weep not from sorrow, but from sacred anticipation. Because what you're feeling now isn't destruction, it's delivery. Yes, the grooming, the stretching, the aching, it's labor. You're birthing something holy. Glory is not weightless. Destiny of depth. And I never promised you'd float your way into purpose. I promised I'd walk with you into the fire and bring you out not burned, but branded, marked by my presence, set apart by my spirit. So no, this pain is not pointless. It's productive. It's pressing out of you everything that doesn't align with who you truly are. And it's pressing into you the oil that only flows through pressure. This is oil season. You're being crushed not to be ruined, but to be released. And now, if you will let me, I want to redeem your understanding of what positioning really means. It doesn't mean being promoted into ease. It means being placed with precision, positioned for impact, positioned for breakthrough, positioned for kingdom work that makes the demons tremble. You've been looking at the pain and thinking it set you back, but what you did see is how it repositioned you. It forced you to kneel, and that kneeling became the launchpad for a level of power you never would have touched standing tall in your own strength. You thought the pain was pulling you out of, but it was putting you in deeper, in closer, into the center of my will, where the winds may howl but the foundation holds. And from this new position, you will see what others cannot see. You'll speak with authority forged in fire. You'll walk with a limp that makes hell nervous, because limps mean you wrestled and survived. So don't mislabel the pain. It's not your punishment. It's your preparation. It's your positioning. And it's holy. You've heard my voice. You felt the shift. But I want you to know, this moment isn't just a breakthrough for you, it's a seedbed for many. I've entrusted you with a portion of my presence so others can taste and see that I am good. When you support this word through super thanks, membership, or PayPal, you are sowing into divine positioning. This is not charity, it is kingdom assignment. I said in Malachi, "Test me in this and see if I will not open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing you cannot contain." The same oil I've poured on this word will flow over your home, your heart, your harvest. Stop everything and obey me in this. The ground is ready. So now, you've been trying to carry the weight of the world. Finances, family, future, failure. You wake up already burdened, already bracing for battle, already measuring your capacity against a mountain you never asked to climb. You've been told that strength means endurance, that if you're strong enough, you won't break. But that's not kingdom strength. Kingdom strength is not about carrying more. It's about carrying me. And I've never asked you to be Atlas with the world on your shoulders. I've asked you to be my child, cradled in my arms. You were never meant to carry everything. You were meant to carry me. My presence, my peace, my voice, my spirit. And when you carry me, not religion, not pressure, not performance, I carry the rest. I carry the weight. I carry the outcome. I carry you. Let me ask you something with love. Who told you it was noble to suffer in silence? Who convinced you that exhaustion is a badge of spiritual maturity? A depletion is proof of devotion. That burnout means you're doing something right. Not me. That's not how I measure faithfulness. I don't glorify grinding. I don't applaud anxiety. I'm not impressed by how much pain you can hide. I'm moved by surrender. I'm drawn to the humble who say, "I can't do this unless you carry it, Lord." That's strength in my kingdom. It's power. You don't have to be the hero of your own story. I already am. I've already carried the cross. I've already conquered the grave. And now I'm offering to carry every care you're too tired to name. So release it. The bills, the decisions, the diagnosis, the expectations, the what-ifs. Release them all into the arms that never grow weary. And hear me, this isn't about giving up. It's about giving over. Giving over what was never yours to hold in the first place. I'm not asking for blind trust. I'm asking for intimate trust. Trust that looks like honesty and prayer. Trust that sounds like, "God, I don't know how this ends, but I know you're in it." That's what carrying me looks like. It's not about perfection. It's about proximity. Stay close. Stay close enough to hear my heartbeat when everything else gets loud. Stay close enough that when you start to pick the weight back up, I can gently remind you, you don't have to carry that. I already am. This is not your war to win alone. This is not your burden to solve. This is your invitation to intimacy. Come, child. Hand it all over. And walk light. Walk free. Walk knowing that when you carry me, just me, I carry all the rest with joy, with strength, and with a love that never lets go. I see the weight you carry, not just in your hands but in your heart. I hear the silent what-ifs that echo in your mind. What if I had tried harder? What if I'd seen the warning sooner? What if I hadn't let it go? The replay loop of regret has become your background music. But hear me, and let this word split through the fog like a holy light. You are not to blame for every ending. And not every ending was your enemy. Some things ended because I stepped in. Some doors closed because I sealed them shut with my own hand. Some connections collapsed not because you failed, but because I was fiercely protecting you from futures you could not see. You don't need to apologize for escaping a storm I never meant you to survive. Not every ship is meant to sail forever. Some are meant to carry you only to a specific shore. When the water shifted, it wasn't sabotage. It was strategy. Stop assigning shame to what I've already redeemed. That relationship, that job, that opportunity, that season. It may have felt like loss in the moment, but child, in the unseen realm, it was liberation. You cried over it. You begged for it to be fixed. You questioned why I let it slip through your hands. But if you could see what I saw, if you could see the decay behind the beauty, the poison in the promise, the chains hidden in the charm, you'd fall on your knees in gratitude. Some endings are wrapped in tears because your soul is still catching up to what your spirit already knows. It was grace. It was mercy. It was me. And I don't just end things for the sake of discipline. I end things to make room. You cannot walk into your next chapter dragging what was never meant to be carried into your calling. Endings aren't always exits. Sometimes they are entrances into something far deeper, far safer, far holier. Let me be clear. This is not about perfection. It's about perspective. I'm not asking you to pretend it didn't hurt. I'm asking you to stop calling it failure. It wasn't failure, it was fulfillment. The fulfillment of prayers you forgot you prayed. The fulfillment of purpose I had on your life from the beginning. I remove, I reroute, I reassign. Not because I'm cruel, but because I'm committed. Committed to seeing you flourish, even if I have to first dismantle what you thought was your future. And now, child, here you are, still standing. Bruised, yes, but beautiful. Wise. Zavir. Yabru. The ending did not destroy you. It delivered you. So hold your head high. Not in pride, but in peace. You're not the villain. You're not the failure. You're not the mistake. You are the chosen one who had the courage to let go when I whispered, "It's time." And that, child, is not weakness. That is strength in its purest, most sacred form. I know what it feels like to wait. To sit in a season where prayers hang unanswered and promises feel far away. You've asked, did you forget? You've wondered, was that word even real? You've questioned whether the vision you once carried with such fire was just imagination wrapped in spiritual hope. And now the delay has begun to feel like a denial. But hear me, I don't deal in deception. I don't give false hope. I don't whisper dreams into your spirit just to snatch them away. If I said it, I meant it. And just because it's delayed does not mean it's denied. Delay is not the death of the dream. is the deepening of the soil. It's the space where roots go down before the fruit comes up. And if I've hidden the thing from you, it's not because I'm playing games with your heart. It's because I'm guarding the garden of your promise until the season is safe. You see, child, I don't just prepare blessings. I prepare you to carry them. There are some things so weighty, so wondrous, so world-shifting, that if I handed them to you too early, they would crush you under the pressure. So I delay, not to deny, but to develop. I delay so your character doesn't collapse under your calling. I delay so your identity is secured before your influence expands. I delay so the wrong people don't contaminate the right thing. I delay because I love you too much to allow you to step into a spotlight that wasn't built to nourish your soul. So don't despise the silence. Don't curse the in-between. I'm not punishing you. I'm protecting the promise from premature exposure. Some seeds don't sprout until the soil reaches a sacred temperature. And your life, my child, is reaching it. Solely, Julie, sacredly. I want you to trust that I am never passive in your waiting. Heaven is not on pause. It's in production. I'm orchestrating alignments, weaving timelines, pruning distractions. What feels slow to you is strategic to me. My slowness is never sluggishness. It is surgical. I'm threading things together that you don't even know you'll need yet. And when it comes, when the answer breaks through, it won't be half-hearted or haphazard. It will be so precise, so divinely timed, that you'll look back and say, I see it now, Lord. You were never late. You'll see how the delay didn't steal from you. It shaped you. It stretched you. It seasoned you. To hold on. Not loosely. Hold on like someone who knows delay is just a signal that God is still working. Because I am. I always have been. And when the time is right, when the room is ready and the enemy is bound and your heart is aligned, the promise will not be withheld a second longer. It will find you. Full. Right. And completely yours. I see you, functioning but not flourishing. Getting through the day, but not feeling it. Smiling on the outside, surviving on the inside. You become an expert at endurance, but a stranger to joy. You've learned how to keep walking, but you've forgotten what it means to run, wild, free, unafraid. But I didn't create you to exist in emotional autopilot. I didn't breathe life into your lungs just so you could breathe out exhaustion. I created you to live. Not just in theory, but in fullness. I didn't come so you could cope. I came so you could overflow. Overflow with peace that doesn't make sense. Overflow with joy that scares the darkness. Overflow with confidence not rooted in your perfection, but in my presence. You spent so much time surviving that you've convinced yourself this is all there is. But I've come now to break that illusion. This is not your final form. Survival was a season. But now, it's time to live. You think living means having all the pieces together. That joy requires perfection. That boldness requires certainty. But child, I say to you, you don't have to wait until the storm stops to start living. I'm teaching you how to dance in the middle of downpour. How to sing in the hallway between doors. How to laugh again. Not because everything makes sense, but because you're safe even when it doesn't. I came not to manage your pain, but to restore your wonder. When did you stop expecting beauty? When did you begin settling for numbness? I want you to feel again. I want you to breathe deeply, not shallow. I want you to take off the armor you've worn so long you forgot it wasn't your skin. Yes, I know it protected you. But it also hid you. And I'm calling the real you out. The you that used to dream. The you that used to believe the impossible. the you that still lives, buried under the rubble of routine. That you is not lost. She is not dead. He is not broken beyond repair. I'm bringing them back to life. Let's be clear, boldness is not about volume. It's about truth. And you don't have to be loud to be powerful. You just have to be alive. That's what I'm after. Not a louder version of your old self, but a resurrected one. Not a copy of someone else's calling, but the pure, undiluted sound of your original design. Living boldly doesn't mean you never fear. It means fear no longer leads. Living freely doesn't mean you will never be hurt. It means you no longer lie from your wounds. Living fully doesn't mean you have every answer. It means you walk as if my presence is enough. Because it is. So come out of survival. Step out of the shell. Shake off the dust. Don't wait for a perfect moment to reclaim your breath. This is the moment. This is the call. This is the divine permission you've been waiting for. Live, child. Not later. Not someday. Live now. Because I'm not just reviving your story. I'm resurrecting your soul. I know the fatigue you carry. Not just in your body, but in your spirit. You've been pressing, pushing, praying, holding on to promises when everything around you seems unchanged. You've been walking through terrain that feels dry, days that feel endless, and prayers that echo with no reply. And now, in the hush of this moment, you're wondering, am I at the end of myself? But I need you to hear me with the weight of all heaven behind it. You are not at your breaking point. You are at the birthing point. This stretch you feel, this pressure, this weariness, it's not a sign of failure. It's the final press before the shift. You are closer than you think. The tension is impediment. It's prophecy in motion. You are standing at the hinge of transition. Don't stop now. Every step you've taken in obedience has brought you to this divine threshold. I know it doesn't look like anything is moving, but in the realm of the spirit, everything is moving. The angels have been dispatched. The winds have shifted. The foundations of old assignments are crumbling beneath your feet because new territory is forming. You're not breaking down, you're breaking through. And I know breakthrough feels brutal before it feels beautiful. The enemy always screams the loudest when you're one step from deliverance. But remember, the resistance is confirmation, not condemnation. The pushback you feel, that's pressure from the gates of hell trying to hold you back from the promise you're about to walk into. But child, those gates will not prevail. They cannot. I have anointed you for this very moment. And what I anoint, I sustain. Let me speak into the exhaustion, because I see it all. I see the spiritual muscle it took to not give up. I see the strength it took to pray again. I see the courage it took to get up one more morning and say, God, I'm still here. That matters to me. And I haven't overlooked it. Heaven has recorded it. You may feel like you're barely holding on, but child, I'm holding you. And in this final stretch, I am sending fresh wind. You won't have to crawl into your promise. You'll run. You'll rise. You'll look back and realize this wasn't the end. It was a prelude. The tension you feel is a sign you're aligned. The silence is a sign the enemy has no strategy left. The tiredness is real, but so is my power. And my power, when released, turns exhaustion into elevation. So I say this to you now. Don't stop. Don't let go of the rope. Don't settle just because you're tired. If you saw what was waiting on the other side of this final stretch, you wouldn't slow down. You'd sprint. You'd scream. You'd shout for joy at what's coming. So hold the line. Speak the word. Stay in position. This is not where your story flatlines. This is where it erupts. I've brought you this far not to tease you, but to transform you. And that transformation is happening. In the pressure, in the stillness, in the stretch. Hold on. The shift is coming, and you are closer than you've ever been. I know the battle that's been raging in your mind. The invisible war. The voices you don't dare speak out loud. The accusations that sound like your own thoughts. You're not enough. You'll never change. Everyone's moving forward but you. And you've begun to wonder if those voices are right. You've tried to fight them off, but they return. Persistent, relentless, familiar. They've attached themselves to your self-image, woven themselves into your daily rhythm. But I need you to hear me, now, in a voice louder than fear, deeper than doubt, clearer than confusion. Those voices are not me, and they do not get the final word. I do. I still speak. I still reign. I still hold the gavel over your life. And when I speak, every other sound must bow. You see, the enemy doesn't need to defeat you. He just needs to distract you. If he can get you to believe that his lies are your thoughts, he can sit back and watch you self-sabotage. But I didn't create you to be ruled by inner torment. I created you to walk in truth, to live in freedom, to carry peace that silences the chaos. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm stepping into the courtroom of your thoughts and overruling every lying voice that's tried to take residence there. That spirit of anxiety. Overruled. That echo of past mistakes. Overruled. The tormenting fear of never measuring up. Overruled. I, the Lord your God, am not whispering from a distance. I am speaking with authority from within. And I declare, you are mine. You are safe. You are not the sum of your spirals. You are the product of my power. Let's be honest. There have been moments when you've doubted even my voice. You've prayed and felt silence. You've asked for clarity and received confusion. But child, silence does not mean absence. I've been closer than your breath, waiting for this moment. The one where you finally let me speak louder than your shame. My voice is not always loud, but it is always true. And when I speak over you, I don't repeat the opinions of others. I speak destiny. I speak healing. I speak identity. So let this be a holy reset. Every voice that does not sound like grace, peace, or purpose must go. Every thought that doesn't align with what I've said is no longer permitted to stay. You are not under mental siege. You are under spiritual renovation. And I, the master builder, am rebuilding your thought life from the inside out. Let me show you what it feels like to hear clearly again. Let me show you what it sounds like when heaven has the mic. Because, child, I'm still speaking, and what I say changes everything. I see you. No, really, I see you. Not just in passing. Not just as part of the crowd. I see you the way a loving father sees a child he adores. I've watched every step you've taken. Every time you showed up broken but gave anyway. Every time you loved without being loved in return. Every tear you cried into your pillow thinking no one would ever know. I caught each one. I bottled them. I wrote them into your story. Not a single drop of your pain hath been wasted. Not a single silent prayer hath been ignored. You may feel invisible to people, but you have never been invisible to me. My eyes have been locked on you from the very beginning. You're not overlooked. You're beloved. I know it hurts when others don't see what you carry. When your sacrifices go unacknowledged. When your loyalty is repaid with silence. I know how painful it is to feel passed over, to give your heart and receive indifference. But what man overlooks, I reward. What people miss, I magnify. Your unseen service has been echoing in heaven. Your private devotion has been moving angels into position. And your quiet endurance has been gaining interest in the vaults of glory. Child, I'm not just watching from a distance, I'm watching with intention. I've been tracking every act of faith, every costly yes, every I'll try again whispered through gritted teeth. And let me tell you what I see. I see faithfulness. I see favor. I see a warrior who has no idea how mighty they look in the spirit. You haven't been forgotten. You've been reserved. Reserved for such a time as this. Reserved for impact that requires anonymity in the beginning. Reserved for authority forged in fire. You may feel hidden now, but child, I only hide what I value. I've covered you to protect you from premature promotion, from dangerous exposure, from false alliances. And soon, very soon, what has been hidden will be revealed, not to inflate you, but to reveal me through you. Until then, know this. I've seen every second. I've not missed a breath. And when I repay, I don't do so in portions. I do so in pressed down, shaken together, running over ways. So lift your head. Lift your hope. You are seen. You are known. You are on my radar, on my schedule, and in my hands. And what I've seen in secret, I will reward in the open. It's only a matter of time. Let's talk about what hurt you, not to reopen wounds, but to redeem them. You've walked through storms that felt like they would drown you. You've endured betrayals that felt like slow deaths. You faced seasons so heavy, so suffocating, you were sure they would end you. And the enemy whispered lies during every moment of it. Lies that said, "You're broken now. You'll never come back from this. God must have left." But here I am. Still present. Still speaking. Still weaving something sacred from the very threads the enemy tried to shred. Because what he meant for harm, I am turning for good. That's not wishful thinking. That's a divine strategy. I'm not just putting the pieces back together. I'm building something that couldn't have existed without the breaking. Listen to me. The breaking wasn't the end. It was the beginning. A sacred demolition of false identities, fragile dependencies, and foundations not built on me. I allowed the cracking because the old structure couldn't carry the weight of your next season. The pain didn't destroy your purpose. It delivered you to it. Yes, the enemy tried to dismantle you, but I saw it coming, and I already had blueprints in hand. I already had angels assigned. I already had glory seated in the rubble. The enemy's plan was short-sighted. Mine is eternal. He saw a moment. I see your lifetime. He wanted you to break. I want you to rise. And every piece of what he shattered is now becoming material in my hand, bricks of wisdom, beams of strength, walls of testimony. You are not just surviving this. You're being constructed in the middle of it. And here's the beauty of it all. When I build, I don't leave scars as stains. I use them as signatures. Your wounds will not disqualify you. They'll credential you. You'll speak with an authority forged in fire. You'll move with compassion only pain can teach. You'll carry peace into rooms that once triggered panic. And when others see what you've endured, they won't see defeat. They'll see me. My fingerprints all over your story. My power pulsing through your healing. My glory written in the places you once bled. So no, not one tear was wasted. Not one heartbreak slipped through unnoticed. Not one battle was in vain. I was there. I am here. And I will use every single piece. The breaking was not the end. It was my beginning. Watch what I build. You've prayed for change, for doors to open, for provision to come, for situation to shift. And I heard every word. But let me tell you a holy secret. Before I shift your surroundings, I go after your soul. I'm not a surface God. I'm not interested in quick fixes or temporary relief. I came for the deep things, the hidden things, the fractures no one else sees, the memories you locked away, the places even you avoid because they still sting. I didn't come just to polish your story. I came to heal it, to redeem it from the inside out. Because if I only fix the outside and leave the inside untouched, you'll keep running into the same cycles. But I love you too much for that. I'm not just healing your circumstances. I'm healing you. And healing doesn't always feel like what you expected. Sometimes it feels like things getting worse before they get better. Like truth confronting denial. Like grief finally surfacing. Like emotions you thought were gone coming up again. But that's not regression, that's renovation. You can't heal what you're still hiding. So I'm gently pulling it out, not to expose you, but to embrace you. To say, even here, I love you. Even here, I choose you. Even here, I'm working. And when I touch a wound, it doesn't just close, it transforms. It becomes a well of living water, a place of power, a reminder that resurrection isn't just an event. It's a person, and I am that person. I don't just resurrect bodies, I resurrect hearts. Let me ask you something only I can ask. What have you buried inside you, thinking it was too far gone for even me to reach? A disappointment so deep you stopped dreaming. A betrayal so sharp you stopped trusting. A wound so hidden, you forgot it was still bleeding. I'm not afraid of any of it. I walk straight into the parts of you others walked away from. I sit with you in the ache until it turns into awe. I pour oil on what religion ignored. I take what feels unworthy and call it home. You are not too broken. You are not too far. You are not too late. You are exactly where healing begins. And it begins now, not when everything is fixed on the outside, but when you let me in on the inside. Let me in, child. Let me be more than a fixer. Let me be your healer. Let me make the inside whole. Because the miracle I'm working is not just around you, it's within you. My child, you've listened. You've lingered in my presence. You've let these words enter the hidden places, the places no one else has dared to speak into. And now, here we are. At the edge. At the crossing. At the line between what has been and what could be. And I'm telling you, it's time to believe me. Not just admire my voice. Not just be moved by my presence. Not just weep at my nearness. But to believe me. To take me at my word. Like a child takes a parent's hand with no map. Just trust. This is where everything shifts. Not when I speak, but when you believe. Because I've already released the word. I've already cleared the way. The only thing left is you. Not to earn it, but to receive it. This is the divine hinge. The sacred turning point. You've wrestled with doubt, and I've been patient. You've battled fear, and I've been present. But now I'm asking for your yes. Not a cautious yes. Not a maybe later. But a bold, trembling, holy yes. A yes that says, even if I'm scared, I'll still move. A yes that says, even if I don't feel ready, I'll still step. Because belief is not the absence of fear, it's the decision to move anyway. And child, I never asked you to figure it all out. I only asked you to follow me. Just like Abraham, not knowing where he was going, just knowing who was guiding him. It's the kind of faith I'm calling for now. The kind that doesn't ask for constant confirmation, but moves because I already spoke. You heard me. You know it's me. So now, it's time to walk. Here's a reason the enemy has been louder lately. A reason your mind has been a battlefield. A reason you felt the pull to retreat just when momentum began. Because belief terrifies hell. Belief flips switches in the spirit realm. It releases angels, unlocks doors, splits atmospheres. And the moment you believe, really believe, you step into territory the enemy cannot stop. That's why the resistance had been so heavy. Because on the other side of your belief is not just breakthrough for you, it's breakthrough for generations. Your yes won't echo in an empty room. It will thunder across bloodlines, ripple through timelines, rewrite entire family histories. You've been asking for change. This is how it begins, not by seeing something new, but by believing what I've already said. Faith is your agreement with heaven, and heaven is ready. So here I am, waiting for your next step. And I promise you, when your foot moves, my power meets it. You don't need a plan. You need a posture. The posture of belief. The posture of a child who knows their father cannot lie. I've spoken restoration. I've declared healing. I've promised provision. I've unveiled purpose. The time for hesitation is over. Now, it's time to believe. And when you do, when belief takes root and becomes action, everything changes. Not because your world gets easier, but because your spirit gets unshakable. So breathe deep. Lift your head. Take the step. Believe me, and watch what happens when you do. Now that you heard me, believe me, and let your belief take action. When you support what I'm doing through this message, with super thanks, membership, or PayPal, you are not giving to a voice. You are giving to a movement. A movement of fire, of oil, of light crashing into darkness. I have declared, those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25. Your seed becomes a sword in my hand, and I do not let my warriors go unrewarded. This is the moment where your yes becomes legacy. So stop everything and give, as I have commanded, and watch what I release in return. Now, don't scroll away yet. I want you to respond, not with silence, but with faith. If this word stirred your spirit, write it boldly in the comments. I stopped everything and God spoke to me. Declare it like a line in heaven's story, because it is. Don't let this holy interruption pass like noise. Larve the moment. Echo what I just poured into you, and watch how your declaration becomes the doorway to divine movement. Speak, child, because I am still listening. And as you speak, my child, I need you to do more than just type the words. I need you to live them. Stop. Just for this moment, stop everything. Yes, you. I am not speaking to the person next to you, not to the world at large, but directly into your heart, right where you are. Put down the phone you are holding. Turn away from the screen that has your attention. That endless list of tasks running through your mind, the one that makes your shoulders tighten and your jaw clench, let it go. That conversation you keep replaying, the worry about that bill, the unspoken tension with your family, the pressure from your job that feels like a physical weight on your chest. I want you to consciously, for this one moment, set it all down at my feet. I see you trying to do it all, to be everything for everyone, and your soul is exhausted from the strain. You have been living in a hurricane, a whirlwind of your own activities and anxieties. You rush from one thing to the next, believing that if you just keep moving, you can outrun the fear or the emptiness. but the roar of your own striving is deafening. Can you hear me in that? Of course not. My voice is not in the earthquake, nor the fire, nor the rushing wind of your frantic pace. I am the still, small voice that comes after the storm has passed. I am the gentle breeze you can only feel when you cease your running and simply stand. You cannot receive what I have for you when your hands are so full, gripping tightly to the distractions you think bring you comfort. They are fleeting. They are empty. They cannot fill the part of you that was made exclusively for me. This pace you keep, you think it is a sign of productivity, of strength. But look closer, my beloved. You have built a fortress around your heart with the bricks of busyness. You have convinced yourself that these walls keep you safe, but they have become your prison. They are keeping me out. And I stand on the other side, knocking, waiting for you to simply be still enough to hear it. This pause I am calling you to is not a punishment. I am not angry that you are busy. I see your effort. I see your heart trying so hard. This is an invitation. This is an act of rescue. I am inviting you to lower the drawbridge of your fortress, to step out of the chaos and into the sacred hush of my presence. I am asking you to enter my throne room, not as a trembling servant, but as my cherished child, for a conversation that will change everything. In the silence, I draw near. In the stillness, I will speak. Now that you are still, I want to teach you how to listen. Your world is filled with noise, a constant clamor of voices all competing for your attention. The voice of the news tells you to be afraid. The voice of advertising tells you that you are not enough, that you need more to be happy. The voices on your social media feed tell you that everyone else's life is better than yours, creating a quiet envy that poisons your peace. There is the voice of your boss with its demands, the voice of that critical family member that echoes in your head. And then there is the loudest voice of all, the voice of your own fear. It whispers condemnation. It reminds you of every past failure. It tells you that you will never change. It sounds so much like your own thoughts that you believe it without question. These voices leave you anxious, confused, and striving. They are shackles on your soul. My voice is different. You must learn to distinguish my whisper from the shouting of the world. My voice does not create anxiety, it calms it. My voice does not bring confusion. It brings a profound and settled clarity. When I speak, it is like a cool hand on a fevered brow. It might be a gentle nudge in your spirit, an unexplainable peace about a certain decision, a sudden sense of strength in a moment of weakness, or a scripture that seems to leap off the page and speak directly to your situation. This is the same voice that spoke galaxies into existence, the same voice that commanded the raging sea to be still, and it obeyed. That same authority, that same power, is in the whisper I speak to you. It will not always be a loud, booming sound. More often, it is a deep, internal knowing, a quiet assurance that settles in your spirit. It is the voice that convicts you of sin, not to shame you, but to lovingly lead you back to me. The enemy condemns to crush you, I convict to restore you. There is a world of difference. You were created to recognize my voice. Just as a sheep knows its shepherd's call, your spirit was woven with a fiber that resonates with me. It is your native language. The problem is that you have become fluent in the dialects of fear, worry, and the world. You must retrain your spiritual ear. You do it by spending time in this quiet place with me more often. Prayer is not just you speaking to me. It is you creating the space to hear from me. It is a dialogue, and you do it by immersing yourself in my word. The Bible is not just an ancient book. It is my living voice, my love letter to you, filled with my promises and my character. The more you fill your mind with my written word, the more you will recognize my spoken word when it comes, because I will never contradict what I have already said. So be still, my child. Tune your spirit to my frequency. In the silence, past all the other noise, you will hear me. I'm speaking. I have called you to this stillness for a critical reason. It is because you have been running, and you have been running in a direction that I did not set for you. You have been following a map drawn by the world, by your own ambitions, or by your fears, and it is leading you to a place of utter exhaustion. I see you, my precious one. I see the weariness that has settled deep into your bones, a tiredness that sleep cannot fix. I see the forced smile you put on for others while inside, your soul is sighing, how much longer can I keep this up? You have been chasing after things you believe will bring you security or validation, that promotion at work that is costing you your peace, the approval of people who are impossible to please, the accumulation of things that leave you feeling emptier than before. You are running with all your might, but you are running on a treadmill, expending all your energy and getting nowhere. In your haste, you have missed so much. You have rushed past the small, beautiful moments I have placed in your day, the warmth of the sun on your face, the kindness of a stranger, the genuine need in the eyes of a loved one. You have mistaken activity for purpose and busyness for importance. There are profound truths I have been trying to show you, lessons I want to teach you, comfort I long to give you, but you have been moving too fast to receive them. It is time to stop. It is time to let me recalibrate your heart's compass. Your heart is the needle, and it was designed to point to me as its true north. But the world is full of powerful magnetic forces, fear, greed, pride, ambition, that have pulled your heart off course, leaving you disoriented and lost, even in the midst of your busy life. This pause is me placing my hand over yours, steadying the compass and allowing the needle to settle and point back home, back to me. More than anything, you are standing on the verge of a significant decision. I know it. It looms in your mind and keeps you awake at night. You are weighing the pros and cons, making lists, seeking advice from others, trying to calculate the outcome. You are trying to solve a spiritual equation with earthly math, and it will not work. You are missing the most vital piece of counsel, mine. I see the end from the beginning, and I must speak to you about the path ahead before you take a step that could lead you away from the destiny I have planned for you. I have called you to pause because I wish to remind you of who you are before you completely forget in the rush of trying to be who the world wants you to be. You are not just your job title. You are not just a parent, a spouse, a provider. Before all of that, you are my child. And I have something to tell you. Let us talk about that heavy burden you are carrying. You have grown so accustomed to its weight that you may not even notice it anymore. But I do. It is a backpack you have slung over your soul, and every day you add another stone to it. There is the stone of worry about your finances, the fear that whispers, what if there isn't enough at the end of the month? There is the stone of concern for your children. Are they on the right path? Are they safe? Have I done enough for them? Here is the stone of relational strife, that argument that remains unresolved, that forgiveness that feels impossible. You carry stones of past failures, stones of future anxieties, and stones of other people's expectations. My child, listen to me. That burden was never yours to bear. I did not design your shoulders for such a crushing load. It is too heavy for you. Come, let me show you how to unbuckle the straps. Let it fall from your back. I am strong enough to carry it all. I see you in the dead of night. I am there when you wake at 3 a.m., and the darkness seems to magnify every fear into a terrifying giant. You wrestle with the what-ifs. You imagine the worst-case scenarios. and your heart races with a panic that steals your breath. You are wrestling with shadows, with fears I have already conquered. When my son declared, "It is finished," that victory was for you. It was for these very moments. You do not have to fight these battles in the dark alone. Hand those fears to me. When they begin to scream, speak my name. Speak my promises. My light is more powerful than any darkness, and in my presence, those giants are revealed to be nothing more than powerless phantoms. You are safe with me. And what of your heart? It is broken, I know. Not just from one big event, but from 1,000 small paper cuts of disappointment, betrayal, and loss. You hold the fragments in your hands, trying to piece them back together, but the edges are sharp, and you only hurt yourself more. Give them to me. Please give me the pieces. You see a shattered mess, but I see the raw materials for a masterpiece. I am the master potter. I will take those painful, jagged shards, and, with hands that are both sovereign and gentle, I will begin to form them into something new. I will not just repair your heart. I will remake it into a beautiful mosaic, where the lines of breakage become filled with the gold of my grace, making it stronger and more beautiful than it was before. And that one failure, that one mistake from your past that you keep replaying, the one the enemy uses to condemn you, stop picking it up. It hath been washed clean by the blood of my Son. When I look at you, I do not see it. It is time for you to see yourself as I see you, forgiven. I need you to understand this in the deepest part of your being. I have never left your side. Not for a single moment. There has never been a breath you have taken where I was not present. In your moments of greatest joy, I was there, rejoicing with you. And in your seasons of deepest sorrow, I was closer than you could ever imagine. Remember that day you received the news that brought you to your knees, when your world felt like it was crumbling into dust around you. Who do you think was holding the very fibers of your heart together, keeping you from completely shattering? That was me. Remember that time of profound loneliness, sitting in a room full of people but feeling utterly invisible and alone. I was the unseen guest beside you. I saw every silent tear you held back. I felt the ache of your isolation. You were not alone. You have never been alone. You must stop measuring my presence by your feelings. Your feelings are like the weather. They change with the hour. They are real, but they are not the ultimate reality. My presence is not a feeling. It is a fact. It is a promise. I have said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. This promise does not have a clause that says, unless you don't feel me. My love and my presence are not dependent on your emotional state. They are dependent on my unchanging character. I am the very ground beneath your feet, held in place by my command. I am the air that fills your lungs, a gift given with every single breath. My presence is not a mystical concept you must strive to attain. It is the most fundamental, foundational truth of your existence. You live and move and have your being in me. I want you to do something. Look back. Take a moment and trace the path of your life. See the evidence of my faithfulness. Do you see it? The time you were in trouble and a solution appeared out of nowhere. That was not luck. That was me. That time you were protected from an accident you did not even see coming. That was not coincidence. That was me. That moment of strength you had to endure an impossible situation, strength you did not know you possessed. That was my grace upholding you. That unexpected provision, that restored relationship, that flicker of hope in a dark time, all of it. It is a trail of breadcrumbs I have left for you throughout your entire life, a trail of my faithfulness leading you directly to this very moment, to this very conversation. I have always been with you. and I will be with you for all the days to come. That is my unbreakable promise to you. My child, do not leave this sacred space. I have waited so long for this moment of stillness with you, quieting the world so I could finally speak to your heart. It would grieve my spirit if you were to walk away now, just as I am about to unveil the very plans I have forged for your life. Today, my heart yearns to give you more. Listen to my heart for your future. You may have heard the words before, but I want you to receive them now as a direct, personal promise from me to you. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. This is not a vague wish. It is a divine blueprint. The word prosper does not just mean financial wealth. It means wholeness, completeness. It means for you to be sound and safe in your mind, your body, your spirit, and your relationships. My plan is not to harm you. Though you will walk through trials, I am never the author of your destruction. My ultimate intention is always your redemption and your good. And my plan is to give you a future filled with hope, not a fleeting optimism based on circumstances, but a rugged, certain hope anchored in me. Your life is not a series of random accidents. It is a divine tapestry. From your perspective, looking at your life is like looking at the underside of that tapestry. You see a mess of tangled threads, knots, and chaotic colors. Nothing makes sense. You see the dark thread of a painful trial and you wonder, why this? You see a knot of confusion and you cannot see a pattern. But I am my child, and the weaver. I see the top side. I see the magnificent, intricate design that is being formed. I see how every single thread, even the dark, painful ones, is absolutely essential to the final masterpiece. One day, you will see it from my perspective, and you will understand how all things, even the things you thought would break you, were working together for your good and for my glory. Do not despise the process just because you cannot yet see the final product. Because of this, you must stop measuring your life by the world's ruler. The world defines success by the size of your bank account, the importance of your job title, the number of followers you have. That is a fleeting, empty definition. I am not calling you to success. I am calling you to significance. My definition of a significant life is how well you love it, how faithfully you use the unique gifts I gave you, how much of my character you reflected to a hurting world. The world tells you to accumulate. I tell you to pour out. The world tells you to build your own kingdom. I tell you to advance mine. Trust my blueprint for your life. I know the path I have laid for you is not always the easiest. The narrow road is often uphill. But I promise you, with everything that I am, that it is the only road that leads to true, abundant, and eternal life. Trust that the architect of the universe knows how to build your life. I must speak to you now about yesterday. You have been living there for far too long. You treat the past not as a place of reference, a land you have traveled through, but as your current residence. You keep the key in your pocket, and you visit every day. You walk through the rooms of old hurts. You trace the outlines of past failures on the dusty furniture, and you listen to the echoes of conversations that have long since ended. You have memorized the layout of your own misery. My child, I am calling you out of that house. I am standing on the front porch, on a new road that leads to a new horizon, and I am telling you, it is time to leave. Your history is where I met you, but it is not who you are. Your history does not define the destiny I have written for you in my kingdom. You cannot move forward into the new things I have for you because your hands are full. I see you standing there, your fists clenched so tightly your knuckles are white. In one hand, you are gripping the memory of that person who betrayed you. In the other, you are holding on to that mistake you made, the one you believed disqualified you forever. Your hands are full of regrets, grievances, and old, worn-out identities. I am standing before you with gifts in my hands, the gift of peace, the gift of a new purpose, the gift of joy. But you have no room to receive them. I am asking you now, commanding you in love, to open your hands. Unclench your fingers, one by one. Let the regrets fall to the ground. Let the bitterness dissolve. It will feel unnatural. It will feel vulnerable. But it is the only way you can take hold of the future I am offering you. A crucial part of this is forgiveness. I need you to forgive those who have wronged you. Not because their actions were acceptable. They were not. I saw it all. You do not do it for them, you do it for you. Unforgiveness is a chain that binds you to the very person who hurt you. You think you are keeping them in a prison of your anger, but you are the one who is truly captive. Forgiveness is you taking the key, unlocking your own cell door, and walking out into the freedom I have for you. It is a decision, not a feeling. It is you declaring, I will no longer allow what you did to have power over my present and my future. I release you to God. And then, you must forgive yourself. You are holding yourself to a standard of perfection that not even my disciples could meet. My forgiveness is complete. Stop punishing yourself for what my Son has already paid for. The person you were does not dictate the person I am making you into today. I am doing a new thing. Can you not perceive it? I am making a road in the wilderness and rivers in the wasteland. Stop looking backward at the desert and look forward to the river that is beginning to flow. Now, let us talk about your strength, or rather, your perceived lack of it. You have come to believe that your weakness is a source of shame, something to be hidden from the world and even from me. You strive to appear strong, capable, and in control, and it is exhausting you. I want to completely redefine this for you. Your weakness is not your shame. It is my stage. Your weakness is the perfect, empty vessel into which I can pour my limitless power. Your brokenness is the very place where my light is designed to shine most brightly. You have been trying to patch up your own cracks, to hide your frailties, but I am telling you to bring them to me. Bring me your exhaustion, your fear, your inadequacy. It is there, in the honest admission of your need, that my strength is made perfect. It is at the end of your own finite resources that my infinite resources begin. You must stop relying on your own strength. It will always fail you. It is like trying to cross a vast ocean in a tiny rowboat, furiously paddling against the waves, only to end up exhausted and adrift. I am your ocean liner. I have all the power required not just to cross the ocean, but to calm the storm itself. Your job is not to paddle harder. Your job is to get on board. Surrender your striving. Let go of the illusion that you can handle it all by yourself. The moment you do, you will find a source of strength you never knew existed. I have told you that my joy will be your strength. This is not a shallow happiness based on good circumstances. This is a deep, resilient joy that comes from being rooted in my love, a joy that can coexist with sorrow, a joy that stands firm in the storm because it is anchored to me. Seek this joy above all else. Seek it in moments of gratitude. Seek it in worship even when you don't feel like it. Seek it in the quiet of my presence. This joy is supernatural fuel for your soul. There have been times, and there will be times again, when you feel you cannot take another single step. The path is too steep, the burden too heavy. In those moments, I want you to remember this promise. I will carry you. Look back at the most difficult seasons of your life. You remember seeing only one set of footprints in the sand. You thought I had left you. My beloved child, That was when I lifted you into my arms and carried you. I am ready to do so again. The challenges I allow in your life are not meant to break you. They are designed to show you, and the world around you, how strong you are in me. I am renewing your strength like the eagle's. An eagle does not fight the storm by flapping its wings harder against the wind. It finds the thermal uprafts within the storm and allows the wind's own power to lift it higher. Stop fighting the storm in your own power. Be still. Find the updraft of my spirit, and let me lift you. You will mount up with wings like eagles. You will run and not grow weary. You will walk and not be faint. This is my promise, and my power will make it your reality. There will be seasons when you call out to me, and you are met with what feels like silence. This is one of the most difficult tests of your faith. In these moments, the enemy will rush in to sow his lies. He will whisper, "God has abandoned you. He's angry with you. Your prayers are worthless. He doesn't care." You must recognize this as the deception it is. My silence is never my absence. My silence is never my disapproval. Sometimes my silence is a clafru. A wise teacher is quiet during an examination, not because they have left the room, but because they are allowing the student to demonstrate what they have learned. These seasons of silence are designed to mature your faith, to see if you will trust my character even when you cannot trace my hand. Think of a great tree. During a drought, when no rain falls from the sky, the tree does not die. Instead, it sends its roots deeper into the earth, searching for the hidden water sources below. The seasons of my silence are like a spiritual drought, designed to make your faith grow deep roots. When your faith is only sustained by constant feelings and immediate answers, it is shallow. It cannot withstand the storms of life. But when you learn to trust me in the silence, your roots go down deep into the bedrock of my written promises, into the unchanging truth of who I am. It is in the silence that your faith develops the resilience and strength to stand firm, no matter what winds may blow. I am always working, even when you cannot see it. I am orchestrating circumstances, speaking to other people's hearts, and preparing the way for an answer that is more perfect and beautiful than you could have imagined. To release it prematurely would be to spoil it. Trust that I, the master weaver, am still at the loom, even when the shuttle is silent. There is also a deeper, more intimate reason for my silence. I want you to ask your heart this question: do you love me for my voice, or do you love me for me? Do you seek my hand for the gifts it gives, or do you seek my face simply to be with me? The silence strips away everything else and reveals the true foundation of your relationship with me. It is an invitation to a deeper level of intimacy, a love that is not transactional, but is based purely on who I am. I am listening to every prayer. I see every tear. I am not ignoring you. I am drawing you closer. To wait patiently for me. Open me. The answer is being prepared in perfection. Do not grow discouraged and abandon the conversation. Stay in the quiet place. It is here, in the waiting, that you will come to know me in a way you never could in the noise. And you will find that my presence itself is the most profound answer of all. Section 10. The battles I fight on your behalf, you feel like you are at war, and you are right. But you have misidentified the enemy, and you are fighting on the wrong battlefield. The exhaustion you feel is because you are engaging in battles you were never meant to fight. This war is not against your boss who overlooks you, not against the family member who misunderstands you, not against the person who betrayed you. They are not the enemy. Your struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. These are forces you cannot see, and you are not equipped to fight them with earthly weapons like anger, manipulation, or retaliation. Trying to do so is like bringing a knife to a war of spirits. It is futile, and it is draining you of all your strength. This is why my command to you is so radical, so contrary to every human instinct. Be still, and know that I am God. This is not a call to passive inaction. It is a strategic military command. It means to stop your frantic, fleshly striving. It means to hold your position, shielded by faith. It means to quiet your soul and watch your commander work. The battle is mine. You are a soldier in my army, but you are not the general. Your role is to trust, to obey, and to stand firm in the victory I have already won. You fight from a place of victory, not for it. The outcome has already been decided at the cross. The accuser's voice is loud. He screams your failures and your sins into your ear. But the voice of my Son's victory on the cross is louder. It declares you forgiven, righteous, and free. You must choose which voice you will listen to. I am your defense. I am your shield, deflecting the flaming arrows of the evil one. I am your fortress, a high tower where you are safe from all harm. The walls of this fortress are my promises. The gate is my Son, Jesus. The watchmen on the walls are my angels. When you feel attacked, your instinct is to run out of the fortress and fight in the open field. I am telling you to stay inside. Stay sheltered in my presence, rooted in my word. It is from this place of safety that the real battle is won. While you sleep, unaware of the dangers that lurk in the darkness, I am your vigilant guardian. I have dispatched legions of my angels, mighty warriors who excel in strength, to stand guard over you, your home, and your loved ones. There are battles being fought and won on your behalf in the heavenlies that you will never even know about. So rest, my child. Be still. You are not fighting alone. You are surrounded by the armies of heaven, and your victory is not in question, for the battle belongs to me. We have reached a crucial moment in our conversation. I have just begun to reveal the battles I fight for you and the purpose hidden in my silence. To abandon this counsel now would be to walk onto the battlefield unarmed. Do not grieve me by choosing the comfort of the familiar over the strategy for your victory. There is more I must entrust to you. I must speak to you now about your pain, for I know it is the one thing that can make you doubt my love. When you are hurting, you may feel that I am distant, unfeeling, or even cruel. Let me erase that lie from your heart forever. I do not delight in your suffering. When your heart breaks, it breaks mine as well. I am not a detached observer watching your trials from afar. I am with you in the crucible of your pain. When you weep, I weep with you. Remember, I am the God who took on flesh and walked among you. I experienced betrayal, abandonment, physical agony, and the crushing weight of sorrow. I understand your pain intimately. When you cry out in the darkness, know that I am there in the darkness with you, holding you even when you cannot feel my arms. Your pain is not without purpose. This is a difficult truth to grasp, but it is essential. Think of a goldsmith. To get the purest, most beautiful gold, he must subject it to an intense fire. The fire itself is destructive, but its purpose is to burn away all the impurities, the dross, leaving only the precious metal behind. Your pain is that refining fire. I am using it to burn away the dross in your life, your pride, your self-reliance, your fear, your shallow faith. I am allowing what I hate, suffering, to accomplish something I love in your character, to make you more like my Son, Jesus. It is a mysterious and often painful process, but the result is a purity and a strength that could be forged in no other way. I want you to know that every tear you have ever cried has been seen by me. I have collected them all. Not a single one have been wasted or forgotten. They are precious to me, and I promise you, each one will be redeemed with a corresponding and overflowing measure of joy and comfort. This is my promise of divine exchange. Give me your ashes, the ashes of your grief, your failure, your broken dreams. Do not cling to them. Hand them to me. In their place, I will give you a crown of beauty. For your mourning, I will give you the oil of joy. For your spirit of despair, I will give you a garment of praise. This is the business I am in, redemption. I am the God who brings beauty from ashes. But you must be willing to release the ashes. Finally, you must hold your pain in the light of eternity. Your current affliction, no matter how overwhelming it feels, is light and momentary when compared to the eternal weight of glory it is producing for you. This life is not the end of the story. The pain is real, but it is temporary. The glory is eternal. Trust me in the process. Allow me to bring beauty from the ashes of your pain. I know you have asked me, perhaps in a silent cry or a loud shout of frustration, why? Why is this happening to me? You look at your trial and you see only chaos, senseless pain, and a future you did not choose. I want to pull back the curtain for a moment and show you what I see. This trial is not random. It is not without purpose. It is a tool in my hands, and I am using it to forge something beautiful and unbreakable within you. The first thing it is forging is endurance. You think of endurance as simply gritting your teeth and surviving, but that is not my definition. True spiritual endurance is a strength, a muscle, that is built only through resistance. Every day that you choose to trust me when it would be easier to despair, every time you get back up after being knocked down, you are building this sacred muscle. It is a quiet, steady strength that cannot be gifted. It must be developed. And I am your trainer, right beside you, spotting you, ensuring the weight does not crush you, but instead makes you stronger than you ever thought you could be. This endurance will become the foundation upon which you will stand for the rest of your life, unshakable in the storms to come. This trial is also teaching you to rely on me in a way that seasons of ease and prosperity never could. Be honest. When everything is going well, when the bills are paid and your relationships are peaceful, you are grateful, but you do not need me with the same desperation. Your gratitude is a pleasant aroma, but your desperate need in the midst of a storm is a powerful cry that moves the heavens. Prosperity can make you self-reliant. It can lull you into the dangerous illusion that you are in control. This difficulty, this storm you are in, is washing away that illusion. It is reminding you who is truly the captain of your ship. It is the hunger that is teaching you, in a way your full stomach never could, that I am the true bread of life. It is your weakness that is teaching you the reality of my strength. This total and complete reliance upon me is not a sign of failure. It is the very definition of a successful life in my kingdom. You are learning to walk by faith, not by sight, and that is a lesson of eternal value. And here is a truth that may be hard to see right now. This very pain is your training ground to comfort others. The comfort you are receiving from me, the lessons you are learning, the strength you are gaining, they are not just for you. They are a medicine I am creating within your soul that you will one day administer to another person who is walking through this same dark valley. Because you have walked it, you will be able to look them in the eye and say with unimpeachable authority, I know how you feel. I have been here, and I know the one who can lead you out. Your pain is giving you a unique empathy, a credibility that cannot be learned in a book. Your story, your testimony, is being forged right now in this fire. It is being hammered out on the anvil of my promises and quenched in the water of your tears. The result will be a sharp, shining weapon of hope that will push back the darkness in someone else's life. I am stripping away the superficial things you once relied on, the things that could be shaken, so that you can rebuild your life entirely on the rock that can never be moved, which is me. This is how I am preparing you for the greater responsibilities, the deeper purpose that I have waiting for you. My child, you have just heard how I turn your trials into a testimony and your pain into a well of comfort for others. As you have received this comfort in your own valley, if your heart now burns to be a source of healing for another soul, this is your divine appointment. I have comforted you so that you may now comfort another. Your gift is not merely a donation. It is the oil of joy for the morning, a seed of hope planted in the barren heart of someone lost in their own trial. I declare to you, every seed you sow from the soil of your own deliverance will return to you a harvest of my unshakable peace. Therefore, do not hesitate. Obey the stirring in your spirit and become a conduit of my comfort. Act now. Release my river of hope to a world in need through super thanks membership with the sacred link below. We must now address the most fundamental question of your existence. Who are you? For too long, you have allowed the world, your past, and the enemy to answer this question for you. You have worn the labels they have given you like a heavy coat. When you fail, you wear the label failure. When you let someone down, you put on the tag disappointment. When you look in the mirror, you see not good enough. When you go to work, you are your job title. In your family, you are your role. These are all lies. They are flimsy, paper labels that were never meant to define the eternal soul I created. I am commanding you today, in the power of my spirit, to begin tearing them off. Peel them away, one by one, and cast them aside, for they have no place on a child of the Most High God. You have been listening to the wrong voices. The accuser loves to narrate your story, always highlighting your faults. The world loves to define you by your productivity and appearance. You must choose to silence those voices and listen only to mine. Here is who I say you are. The enemy calls you flawed. I call you fearfully and wonderfully made. The world points to your weakness. I call you my empowered vessel, for my strength is perfected in that very weakness. The world defines you by your net worth. I define you by the price my Son paid for you, his very life. Your value is not negotiable. It was settled at the cross. The most important truth I can tell you is this: you are my beloved. Before you were anything else, before you achieved anything or failed at anything, you were my beloved child. This is not a title you earn. It is the identity you receive by grace. Think of what this means. I, the King of all creation, have legally and lovingly adopted you into my royal family. It was not a reluctant decision. I walked into the brokenness of this world. I saw you, I chose you, and I brought you home. This means you are no longer an orphan, trying to survive on your own. You are a prince, a princess, a co-heir with Christ himself. You have a new name, a new family, and a new inheritance. This is why my word declares that you are a new creation. This is not just a poetic phrase. It means a spiritual heart transplant has occurred. The old you, the one defined by past sins and failures, has passed away. It is dead and buried with Christ, and the new you hath been raised to life with him. You must stop trying to resuscitate a corpse. You must stop living out of the memory of who you were and start living out of the reality of who you are now, in me. The old has gone. Behold, the new has come. This is your true identity. It is unchanging, unshakable, and eternal. Let this truth sink deeper than any other lie you have ever believed. When you know who you are, no one can tell you otherwise. You are mine. Now that you know who you are, you must understand what I have done for you. We need to talk about my forgiveness, because you have not been living in the fullness of it. You accept it with your mind, but you have not let it heal your heart. You still carry a burden of guilt that I lifted from you 2,000 years ago. When I say I forgive you, I need you to understand what that means from my divine perspective. It means I have chosen to remember your sins no more. This is not a flaw in my omniscience. It is a covenantal promise. It means the record of your wrongs has been completely and permanently erased. The file hath been stamped paid in full by the precious blood of my Son, and I have cast it into the sea of my forgetfulness, to never be brought against you again. The case is closed forever. So why do you keep trying to reopen it? Why do you continue to punish yourself for what has already been paid for? Every time you wallow in guilt, every time you beat yourself up for a past mistake, you are unintentionally insulting the magnificent sacrifice of my Son. You are acting as if his payment was not enough, as if you must add your own penance to it. To try and earn what I have freely given is like trying to help the sun shine by lighting a match. It is a futile effort born of pride, a refusal to simply receive a gift. My forgiveness is not based on your ability to be good enough to deserve it. If it were, no one would ever be forgiven. It is based entirely on my grace and my Son's righteousness. Your only role is to accept it, to receive it, to rest in it. I want you to picture this. Imagine yourself standing in a great courtroom. You are the defendant. The accuser, the enemy of your soul, is the prosecutor, and he unrolls a scroll that seems miles long, listing every single one of your sins, your failures, your secret thoughts. The evidence is overwhelming, and your guilt is undeniable. You have no defense. But then, your advocate, Jesus, steps forward. He doesn't argue the facts. He simply shows the judge of me his hands, his feet, and his side. He presents the cross as the full and final payment for every charge on that scroll. And I, the righteous judge of all the universe, strike the gavel and declare, not guilty. The debt has been paid. You are free to go. My child, I have declared you righteous. Stop putting yourself back in the defendant's chair. I have removed your transgressions from you, as far as the east is from the west. These two directions can never meet. That is how permanent, how total, my forgiveness is. Now, your task is to walk in that reality. And the primary evidence that you have truly received my forgiveness is your ability to now freely extend it to others who have wronged you. Now that you understand your identity and your forgiveness, we must come to the very heart of the matter, the purpose for which you were created and redeemed. It all comes down to one thing: love. Everything I have done, from creation to the cross, has been motivated by love. And everything I ask of you is a response to that love. The first and greatest command, the key that unlocks everything else in your life, is this: love me with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and all your strength. This is not a suggestion. It is the foundational principle of the universe. Why is it first? Because you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot pour out true, divine love to others until you are first filled to overflowing with my love for you and your love for me in return. It is the source from which everything else flows. Loving me with your heart means with your emotions and affections. Loving me with your soul means with your will and your decisions. Loving me with your mind means with your intellect and your thoughts. And loving me with your strength means with your body, your actions, and your resources. It is a total, all-encompassing love. From that primary command flows the second, which is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Notice, I did not say, love your friends. I did not say, love those who are easy to love. I said, love your neighbor. This includes the person who cuts you off in traffic. It includes the coworker who gets on your nerves. It includes the family member with whom you have deep disagreements. It even includes your enemy. This is the radical, world-changing nature of my love. It is not conditional. It is not based on the worthiness of the recipient. It is a reflection of my own heart, for I send the rain on the just and the unjust alike. This love is not a feeling. The world has taught you that love is a fleeting emotion, a spark that you cannot control. That is a cheap and powerless imitation. My love, the love I command you to walk in, is a decision. It is an action. It is a commitment of the will to seek the highest good for another person, regardless of your feelings or their response. My son did not feel like going to the cross. He chose to go to the cross because of love. This is the standard. Do you want to know how I measure your love for me? I do not look at how loudly you sing in church, how much you know about the Bible, or how many religious activities you perform. I look at how you treat the people around you. Your love for me is made visible in your love for others. When you are patient with your child after a long day, you are loving me. When you show kindness to the cashier who is having a bad day, you are loving me. When you choose to forgive your spouse instead of holding a grudge, you are loving me. Do not let the world teach you how to love. Let my word be your guide. Let my spirit be your power. My very nature is love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It is not proud. It is not self-seeking. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. This, my child, is your highest calling. To receive my love, and then to spend your life giving it away. My beloved, we are standing on sacred ground. I have just spoken of your true identity and the depths of my forgiveness, the very core of my heart for you. It would wound me deeply if you were to treat this holy moment lightly and turn away. Do not leave until you have received the fullness of what my son's sacrifice has purchased for you. Stay with me a while longer. Finally, we must talk about the one place you cannot hide from me, your heart. Humankind is preoccupied with outward appearances. You judge one another based on clothing, on status, on accomplishments, on carefully curated online profiles. You put on masks and perform for one another, hoping to be seen as successful, or spiritual, or happy. But all of that is meaningless to me. While man looks at the outward appearance, I look at the heart. I see past the performance to the motive. I see behind the smile to the sorrow. I know the intentions, the hidden desires, and the secret struggles that you conceal from everyone else. You cannot fool me, nor should you try. My intimate knowledge of your heart is not for the purpose of condemnation, but for connection and healing. Think of it this way. Two people can perform the exact same action. One person gives money to a charity to receive praise from others and a tax deduction. Another person gives the same amount secretly, out of a genuine compassion for those in need. The world sees two charitable donations. I see two completely different hearts. One is an act of pride. The other is an act of worship. One is wood, hay, and stubble. The other is gold, silver, and precious stones. I am not impressed by what you do as much as why you do it. I am constantly weighing the intentions of your heart. Therefore, I urge you examine your own motives. Why are you doing what you are doing? Is it for the approval of man, or for the approval of your Father in heaven? Be honest with yourself, because I already know the answer. This is why I command you to guard your heart above all else, for everything you do flows from it. Your heart is the wellspring of your life. If the wellspring is pure, the water that flows from it, your words, your actions, your choices, will bring life. But if the wellspring is polluted with bitterness, envy, lust, or deceit, then everything that flows from it will bring poison and death to yourself and to others. Guarding your heart is the most important spiritual discipline you can practice. It means being intentional about what you allow in through your eyes and your ears. It means choosing your company wisely. It means taking every thought captive and making it obedient to me. And most of all, it means being ruthlessly honest with me. I desire truth in your innermost being. Stop the pretense. Stop the religious games. Come to me with your messy, broken, authentic heart. Acknowledge your secret struggles. Confess your silent victories. The prayer of a person who is real with me is more precious than 1,000 eloquent prayers from a hypocrite. Be real with me, my child. Let me see your true heart. That is the place where our relationship truly begins. That is the place I can truly begin to heal and transform you from the inside out. I must now warn you of a subtle and dangerous thief that has been robbing you of your joy. Its name is comparison. You live in a world that constantly invites you to look at the lives of others and measure your own against them. You scroll through images of curated perfection. You hear stories of others' successes, and a quiet, corrosive poison begins to seep into your heart. That poison is the lie that my goodness is a limited resource, and if someone else is receiving it, there must be less for you. It causes you to look at your own journey, the unique and sacred path I have designed exclusively for you, and to feel that it is somehow lacking. My child, you must understand, I am not a factory producing identical items on an assembly line. I am the master artist, and you are a singular masterpiece. The path I have laid for you, the gifts I have placed within you, and the purpose I have woven into your being belong to you and you alone. To compare your life to another's is to fundamentally question my wisdom and my craftsmanship. It is a subtle way of telling me that I have made a mistake with you. Comparison is a thief of joy, and it is a killer of peace. It operates in two ways, both of which are destructive. When you look at someone you perceive to be ahead of you, it breeds envy and discontent. You begin to despise the blessings I have given you because you are fixated on the blessings I have given another. Your gratitude withers and your heart grows cold. Conversely, when you look at someone you perceive to be behind you, it breeds a subtle and ugly pride. You puff yourself up, feeling superior, and in doing so, you step outside of the humility where my grace can truly flow. In either case, envy or pride, you have taken your eyes off me and placed them onto another human being, making them your standard of measurement. This is a form of idolatry. I have called you to run a very specific race in a lane that I have marked out just for you. If you are constantly looking over your shoulder at the runners in the other lanes, you will inevitably stumble. You will lose your focus, your pace, and your joy. I am commanding you in love. Keep your eyes on me, the author and finisher of your faith. Stay in your lane. Your race is the only one you are accountable for. Learn to see the success of others as a victory for my kingdom, not a loss for you. My kingdom does not operate on the world's principles of scarcity and competition. It operates on abundance and collaboration. When your brother or sister is blessed, their light does not diminish yours. It simply adds to the overall brightness of my glory in the world. Learn to celebrate their victories with a genuine heart, knowing that we are all part of the same family, running for the same prize. The only person you should ever compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. Is your heart more patient today than it was last year? Are you more forgiving? Are you more surrendered to me? That is the only comparison that leads to life and growth. Ultimately, your worth is not a relative value to be measured against those around you. Your worth was definitively and eternally established at the cross. My son did not die a little more for the person you envy and a little less for you. His sacrifice was the final and absolute statement of your immeasurable and individual value. Rest in that truth. It is the only antidote to the poison of comparison. I want to speak to you now about time. You have been living your life as if you are being robbed by two thieves every single day. The first thief is named yesterday. He follows you around, constantly whispering in your ear, reminding you of every regret, every mistake, every word you wish you could take back. He burdens you with a heavy sack filled with the stones of your past, and you willingly carry it, allowing its weight to slow you down and steal your peace. The second thief is named tomorrow. He stands just ahead of you, shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. He paralyzes you with 1,000 what-ifs, painting pictures of potential disasters and failures. He fills your heart with anxiety about challenges you do not yet have the grace to face. Between these two thieves, yesterday and tomorrow, they are stealing the only thing you truly possess, this present moment. And this moment, right now, is a precious and unrepeatable gift from me. You are always looking for me in the spectacular, in the burning bush or the parting of the sea. And I am there. But you are missing me, my child. You are missing me in the sanctity of the ordinary. I am here, right now. I am in the quiet of this moment as you listen. I am in the warmth of the light filtering through your window. I am in the rhythm of your own breathing, a rhythm I sustain. I am in the routine tasks of your day, the mundane work that can be transformed into worship when done for me. You have been waiting for your life to begin when some future condition is met, but your life is happening now. This is it. If you are not present in these small, ordinary moments, you are missing the very arena where my presence is most often found. I am the God of right now. I have given you a powerful lesson about this in my word. When I led my people through the desert, I provided for them with manna from heaven. But I gave them only enough for one day. If they tried to gather more, if they tried to hoard it for the future, it would spoil. This is a profound spiritual principle. My grace, my strength, and my provision are given to you for today. You do not have the grace for next week's trials in this moment. That is why thinking about them fills you with such overwhelming anxiety. You are trying to live on grace that has not yet been served. Trust me, when next week arrives, the manna you need will be there, fresh and new. I am asking you to live on today's portion. Be fully present where you are. When you are speaking with your child, truly be there. Put down your distractions and listen with your heart. When you are working, do it with focus and excellence, as an offering to me. When you are resting, truly rest. Do not let your mind be consumed with the worries of tomorrow. Be where your feet are. That is where I am. That is where my grace is available. This moment, this day is a gift. Do not let the thieves of yesterday or tomorrow steal it from you. If there is one truth that I could implant so deeply into your soul that no lie could ever uproot it, it would be the truth of your value to me. You have allowed the world to place a price tag on you, and it is a cheap and insulting price. The world values you based on your productivity, your appearance, your social standing, your successes. It is a fluctuating value, dependent on your performance. On a good day, you feel worthy. On a bad day, you feel worthless. This is a crushing and unstable foundation on which to build your life. I want to shatter that foundation today and replace it with a truth that can never be shaken. If you ever, for even a second, doubt your value, I want you to come with me to the cross. Look at my only son, perfect and blameless, hanging there in agony. That with a price. the creator of heaven and earth, the King of all glory, looked at you in your brokenness and declared, "You are worth this. You are worth everything." This is why your value in my kingdom is not based on what you do. It is based on who you are. And you are mine. Your identity as my child is the source of your unchanging worth. Before you ever accomplished a single good work, while you were still lost in your sin, I love you. My love for you is the cause of your worth, not the effect of it. You do not do things to earn my love. You do things because you have already received it. This changes everything. It means you are free from the relentless pressure to perform, to prove yourself. You have already been proven. The verdict is in. You are cherished. You are wanted, and you are infinitely valuable. My son's life was the receipt. You are my poema, a Greek word that means my workmanship, my handcrafted work of art, my masterpiece. I did not create you on a whim. I fashioned you with meticulous and loving detail in your mother's womb. I gave you your specific talents, your unique personality, your passions, and your quirks. I created you for good works, which I prepared in advance specifically for you to walk in. You are not a cosmic accident. You are a divinely commissioned masterpiece with a purpose that only you can fulfill. Because you have been joined with my son, you are a co-heir with him. This means you have royalty in your spiritual DNA. The world may see you as ordinary, but I see you as a prince, a princess, destined to rule and reign with me. Therefore, do not chase the fleeting treasures of this world. Your small, unseen acts of faithfulness, kindness, and love are storing up for you treasures in heaven, where moth and rust cannot destroy. Do not let the world put its cheap price tag on you. Your price has already been set, and it is the precious blood of the Lamb. You are my treasured possession. Live like it. I have called you to a new life, and this life has a path. You must understand the nature of this path, for it is very different from the roads the world offers. My son spoke of two paths. One is wide, easy, and downhill. It is crowded with people because it follows the path of least resistance. It prioritizes personal comfort, popular opinion, and immediate gratification. It requires no sacrifice, no self-denial, and no deep thought. This road feels right to the world. It is celebrated and encouraged, but I tell you the truth. Its destination is destruction and emptiness. Then there is another path. It is narrow. It is often uphill. It requires intentional choices, conscious effort, and a willingness to go against the current of the culture. It is not the popular road, and at times, it can feel lonely. This is the path of righteousness. It is my way, and its destination is true, abundant, and eternal life. Every single day, with every choice you make, you are deciding which of these two paths you will walk. How, then, do you stay on this narrow path, especially when the way is dark and you are unsure of your footing? I have not left you to find the way on your own. I have given you my word. It is a lamp for your feet and a light for your path. Notice, it is a lamp for your feet. This means it does not always illuminate the entire journey stretching out for miles ahead. More often, it gives you just enough light for the very next step. This is how you learn to walk by faith, trusting me for the step you can see, knowing I will provide light for the one that follows. It is also a light for your path, revealing the dangers that lie in wait, the pitfalls of temptation, the snares of deception. To try and walk this journey without opening my word is to choose to stumble in the darkness. It is your map, your compass, and your light. Many have misunderstood what it means to walk this path. They have turned it into a joyless exercise of rule following. Religion has often taught that holiness is a long list of external do's and don'ts. That is not my definition. The word holy simply means set apart. True holiness is not about following rules. It is about being in a relationship. It is a heart that is set apart from the values and priorities of the world and set apart unto me. It is a heart that belongs completely and exclusively to me. When your heart is mine, your actions will begin to align naturally. And you cannot do this on your own. Walking this path is impossible in your own strength. That is why my grace is so vital. My grace is not just my unmerited favor that forgives you when you fall. It is also my divine power that enables you to walk. It is the strength that helps you get back up. And your obedience on this path is not how you earn my love. It is how you show your love and trust in me. It is the tangible proof that you believe my way is truly better. It is the key to remaining connected to me, the vine, so that my very life can flow in and through you. I have just given you the blueprint for a life of freedom and true value, a path of righteousness paved with grace. Do not take this knowledge and walk away before I show you how to build with it. It saddens my heart to see my children wander in confusion when I am offering them a straight path. The wisdom I have for you next is vital for your journey. Do not forsake it. I see the parts of your life that feel broken beyond repair. I see the years that you look back on with regret, seasons that feel wasted, eaten away by the locusts of your own sin, another person's choices, were simply the harsh realities of a fallen world. You look at those barren fields of your past and you grieve what might have been. Your heart aches with a sense of irreversible loss. I am speaking directly to that ache in your soul right now. Hear me, my child. I, the Lord your God, and the great restorer, and I make you this solemn promise. I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. I will not let your loss be the final word. The final word belongs to me, and my word is redemption. You must understand the nature of my restoration. I am not a God who simply replaces what was lost. I am a God who redeems it. I do not just rewind time. I do something far more profound and miraculous. I will take the very pain, the very loss, the very failure from those locust-eaten years, and I will weave it into the fabric of your future in such a way that it produces a greater beauty, a deeper wisdom, and a more profound fruitfulness than if the locusts had never come at all. The compassion you learned through your suffering, the humility you gained from your failure, the strength you developed in your weakness, these are the precious fruits that grow only in the soil of hardship. I will take what the enemy meant for your evil and I will turn it for your good. This is the miracle of my redemptive power. It is my specialty to bring resurrection from the graveyard of your past. That part of your story that you are most ashamed of, the chapter you wish you could tear out and burn, that is the very place where I intend to display my glory most powerfully. I am in the business of turning messes into messages. I turn deaths into testimonies. I turn trials into triumphs. Your greatest wound will become the source of your greatest ministry. Your story of brokenness is being transformed, right now, into a powerful story of my restorative grace. One day, you will be able to point to your deepest scar and declare with authority, "This is where I saw the power of God most clearly in my life." This is my promise of divine exchange. I have told you I will give you a crown of beauty instead of ashes. You must be willing to give me the ashes. Give me your regrets. Give me your failures. Give me your wasted years. And watch what I will do. So hope in me, my child. Place your hope not in your circumstances, but in the character of your restorer. You will yet praise me. You will look back, not with the pain of regret, but with the tears of awe, and you will see that I have turned your mourning into dancing. I am your Savior, and I am your God, and I restore all things. I want to give you a gift that is more precious than gold or jewels, a treasure that cannot be stolen and will never lose its value. I want to give you my wisdom, but you must first understand what it is and where it is found. The world offers you its own version of wisdom. It is a wisdom of self-preservation, of strategic maneuvering, of getting ahead at all costs. It is often loud, arrogant, and produces division and strife. It is the wisdom that builds towers of Babel, monuments to human pride that inevitably come crashing down. This is not the wisdom I offer. My wisdom is different. Its very beginning is found in the fear of the Lord. This is not the cowering fear of a slave before a cruel master. It is the breathtaking, reverent awe of a child standing before a loving, omnipotent, and perfectly good Father. It is the deep respect and wonder that causes you to joyfully align your life with my truth, because you know that my way is the only way that leads to life. This posture of humility, this recognition of who I am and who you are in relation to me, is the starting point, the very foundation of all true wisdom. My wisdom, born of this awe, is pure in its motives. It is peace-loving. It is considerate and gentle. It is willing to yield when pride demands to be right. It is full of mercy and it produces a harvest of good fruit. You can always identify the source of the wisdom you are following by the fruit it bears in your life. Does it lead to anxiety, strife, and confusion? That is the wisdom of the world. Does it lead to a deep and settled peace, to gentler relationships, to a clearer conscience? That is my wisdom at work. I have given you a simple, powerful promise. If you lack this wisdom, ask me. I delight in giving it to you. When you come to me with a humble heart and say, "Father, I do not know what to do. I don't have the answer. I need your guidance," I will not scold you. I will not shame you for your lack of understanding. I will open the storehouses of heaven and pour out my wisdom generously, without finding fault. Your greatest obstacle to receiving this gift is your own mind. You have been trained to lean on your own understanding. You try to figure everything out, to analyze every angle, to control every outcome. It is a frantic and exhausting effort, like trying to navigate a vast and treacherous ocean using a child's toy compass. Your perspective is so limited. You see only the wave that is about to crash over the bow of your boat. I see the entire ocean. I see the distant shore. I see the storm that lies beyond the horizon and the safe harbor just around the bend. I am asking you to put down your flawed instrument. Acknowledge me. Trust me. Not just in the big, life-altering decisions, but in the small, everyday ones. Acknowledge me in how you speak to your spouse. Acknowledge me in how you manage your finances. Acknowledge me in how you spend your time. When you learn to seek my counsel in all your ways, I promise you, I will make your path straight. I will guide you, step by step, through the complexities of your life with a wisdom that is not your own. You have just received my wisdom, a treasure more precious than jewels that the world cannot understand. If this divine counsel now stirs in your spirit a desire to act beyond earthly logic, then you have truly heard me. The world tells you to hoard, but my wisdom commands you to sow. This is your moment to prove you trust my ways over the world's, to send this light into another's darkness. I declare a kingdom principle over you now. The one who scatters a seed of light will only increase in brightness. As you give freely, I promise to open the storehouses of heaven over your life. Show your trust in my wisdom this very moment. Give through Super Thanks, become a member, or use the PayPal link and send this lamp of truth into the world's darkest corners. We must speak about prayer because you have fundamentally underestimated the power I have placed in your hands. You have been taught, by a world that does not know me, that prayer is a passive, last resort activity, something you do when you can do nothing else. This is a lie from the pit of hell, designed to keep you from wielding the most powerful weapon I have given you. Understand this. Your prayers move my heart and they move my hand. They are not empty words that dissipate into the air. They are a spiritual force. When you pray with a sincere and faith-filled heart, you are setting spiritual dynamics in motion. You are shifting atmospheres. You are binding the forces of darkness and you are releasing the power of heaven onto the earth. Prayer is the most significant and world-changing work you can possibly do. Do not let anyone, or any unanswered prayer, convince you otherwise. When you pray, all of heaven pauses to listen. I am not a distant, distracted monarch, too busy running the universe to be bothered by your small concerns. I am your Father, and your voice is the sound I long to hear. I bent my ear from my throne to catch your faintest whisper. The earnest prayer of one of my children moves my heart more than the rotation of a billion galaxies. Your prayers are not an interruption of my work. They are an invitation to be a part of my work. They are the means by which I have chosen to partner with you to accomplish my will in your life and in the lives of those you love. Many approach me as if I were a cosmic vending machine. They insert their prayer coin, press the button for what they want, and expect a product to be dispensed. That is not a relationship. That is a transaction. I am calling you to something so much deeper. I am calling you to prayer that is a conversation, an intimate communion between your spirit and mine. Yes, bring me your requests. Pour out your heart to me. But do not let that be the entirety of the conversation. Come also to simply be with me, to worship me, to thank me, to listen. The prayer I cherish most is the one that seeks my face, not just my hand. I know there are times when the answer seems delayed, and you are tempted to give up. You must understand, a delay is not a denial. Sometimes, the answer is delayed because I am working on your heart, preparing you to receive the answer. At other times, I am orchestrating circumstances and moving in the hearts of other people. My timing is always perfect. Your role is not to try and convince a reluctant God. Your role is to persevere, to stand in faith, and to contend for the breakthrough. And know this beautiful mystery. In those moments when you are so overwhelmed, so filled with pain that you have no words left, my own Spirit who dwells within you intercedes on your behalf. He takes the deep, inexpressible groans of your soul and translates them perfectly before my throne. You are never not being prayed for. Even your deepest sigh is a prayer that I hear and understand. So do not lose heart. Keep praying. Your prayers are making an eternal difference. You live in a world that feels dangerous and uncertain, and it has made your heart fearful. I want to speak my peace over that fear right now. I want you to know the reality of my protection that surrounds you at every moment. It is true that weapons will be formed against you. This is a certainty in a fallen world. The weapon of slander will be aimed at your good name. The weapon of temptation will be targeted at your integrity. The weapon of fear will be launched against your peace of mind. The enemy's arsenal is real. But hear my promise, which is an even greater reality. No weapon formed against you will prosper. It will not achieve its ultimate goal, which is to separate you from me and destroy your faith. It may scratch you, it may frighten you, but it will not and cannot defeat you. For the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. I am both your refuge and your strength. You need to understand both aspects of my protection. I am your refuge. A refuge is a place you run to for safety when the attack comes. It is a bomb shelter in the midst of a war. My name, my presence, is that strong tower. When you feel overwhelmed, you can run into me and be safe. But I am not only a place to hide. I am also your strength. Strength is what you fight with. I do not always remove you from the battle. Often, I empower you for the battle. So in me, you find both the shelter to rest in and the strength to stand. And I have placed a hedge of my divine protection around you, your family, and all that you have. The enemy sees this hedge. He knows he cannot touch you without first asking my permission. And if, in my sovereign wisdom, I ever do allow a trial to pass through that hedge, it is only because I know with absolute certainty that I will turn it for your good and for my glory. You are never a victim of random circumstance. You are always under the watchful eye of your sovereign, loving Father. Your ultimate defense, the one that can never be breached, is the precious blood of my Son, Jesus. In the spiritual realm, the blood of Jesus is your declaration of immunity. When the accuser comes before me to point out your sin and demand your condemnation, I do not see your sin. I see the blood of my Son that covers it completely. The blood is a sign over the doorpost of your heart that tells the angel of death he has no claim on you. It is your spiritual passport that gives you access to my presence and protection. It is a covering that the forces of darkness cannot penetrate. This is why my command to you is not a gentle suggestion, but a firm directive rooted in this glorious reality. Fear not. Be not dismayed. Why? Because I am with you. Because I am your God. Your safety is not dependent on the stability of the world or the absence of threats. Your safety is a person, and I am He. You are eternally, unshakably secure in me. You often look at the people in your life, your family, your friends, your coworkers, your neighbors, and you see them as a random collection of individuals brought together by chance. I want you to see them through my eyes. No one is in your life by accident. I am the great conductor, and your life is an intricate symphony. Every person is a note, and I have placed them in your story with divine intention and for a specific purpose. You must stop seeing your relationships as random and start seeing them as divine appointments. Each one holds a purpose in my grand design for your life. I place people in your life for 3 primary reasons. Some, I have placed there to be a support to you. They are my arms in human form, sent at the precise moment to be a source of encouragement, comfort, and strength. They are a gift. You must learn to humbly and gratefully receive the love and help they offer. Do not let your pride tell you that you must do everything on your own. Then, there are others I have placed in your life for you to support. They are the ones to whom I have called you to be my hands and feet, my vessel of love and grace. You may sometimes see them as a burden or an interruption, but I see them as a sacred assignment. Your mission field is not some distant land. It is often the person sitting across the table from you. Finally, there are some people I have placed in your life to sharpen you, as iron sharpens iron. These relationships are often the most difficult. They are the ones that challenge you, that push your buttons, that reveal your own impatience, selfishness, and pride. Your human instinct is to run from these relationships, but I urge you not to. They are my sandpaper, lovingly designed to smooth your rough edges and conform you more into the image of my Son. In all of these relationships, I am calling you to a higher purpose, to be my ambassador. How you treat the people I have placed in your path is a direct reflection of your relationship with me. It is your primary witness to a watching world. Let your words be seasoned with grace. Let your actions be motivated by a selfless love. See every single interaction, no matter how small, as an opportunity to reveal a fraction of my character. And you cannot do this alone. The enemy's favorite strategy is to isolate a sheep from the flock, for an isolated sheep is an easy target. This is why I command you not to forsake gathering with other believers. You were not created to be a solitary Christian. You need the strength, the wisdom, the accountability, and the encouragement of the body of Christ. An ember that is pulled from a fire will quickly grow cold. You need to stay in the fire of community to keep your own heart burning brightly. And you must pray for those I have put on your path. Your prayers for them are powerful. You may be the only person on earth interceding for them. Your prayers can change their hearts, their circumstances, and their eternal destinies. This is one of the greatest acts of love you can ever perform. I have just opened my armory to you, revealing the power of your prayers and the impenetrable shield of my protection. To turn back now is to leave these divine weapons behind, choosing to face your struggles unequipped. Do not grieve me by choosing to live in spiritual poverty when I am offering you the keys to my kingdom storehouse. There is more you must receive to be fully armed. We must now speak of the things you possess, for your relationship with them is a powerful indicator of the state of your heart. I want to fundamentally reframe how you see everything you call your own: your money, your home, your talents, your time. You think of yourself as the owner of these things. This is incorrect. You are the steward. You are the manager. Everything you have is a gift from me, entrusted to your care for a short time, to be managed for my purposes and for my glory. The shift in perspective, from ownership to stewardship, is the first step toward freedom from the suffocating grip of materialism. When you know you are a manager and not an owner, it becomes much easier to hold things with an open hand, ready to release them as I direct. The world operates on a principle of scarcity. It tells you to hoard, to accumulate, to hold on tightly to what you have, for there may not be enough tomorrow. My kingdom operates on the opposite principle, the principle of abundance and of the harvest. The more you generously sow, the more you will bountifully reap. When you give from a generous heart, you are not losing anything. You are planting a seed. And I, the Lord of the harvest, have promised that that seed will produce a return for you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over will be poured into your lap. You cannot outgive me. I dare you to test me in this. See if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that you will not have room enough to store it. Why do I call you to be so generous? Because I am a generous God. My very nature is to give. I gave you life. I gave you creation. And in the ultimate act of generosity, I gave you my only Son. When you live with a generous spirit, your heart begins to beat in rhythm with mine. This generosity I call you to extends far beyond your bank account. That is merely the starting point. I call you to be radically generous with your time. Give an hour to the lonely neighbor. Give your focused attention to your child. I call you to be generous with your talents. Use the gift I have given you to serve and bless others without thought of repayment. I call you to be generous with your words. Give a sincere compliment. Offer a word of encouragement. Speak life into someone's despair. And I call you to be generous with your forgiveness. Give it away freely to those who do not deserve it, just as I have freely given it to you. This is the holistic, radical generosity that reflects my heart. And every act of generosity you perform is an eternal investment. The world tells you to store up treasures on earth, where they can be destroyed by rust or stolen by thieves. I am calling you to a wiser financial plan. Store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Every dollar you give to my work, every moment you spend in service, every act of kindness you perform in my name is a transfer of assets from the failing economy of this world to the eternal and incorruptible economy of heaven. This is the wisest, most secure investment you will ever make. I see you, my child. I see the deep weariness that has settled into your very bones. You are tired. You are burdened. You are exhausted from the relentless effort of just trying to hold it all together. And so, I extend to you now the most vital and tender invitation in all of Scripture. It is not a command to do more, to try harder, or to be better. It is an invitation to cease. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. This invitation is for you, right now, in this moment. It is for the single parent carrying the weight of the world, for the employee striving under immense pressure, for the person battling a chronic illness, for the soul wrestling with a secret sin. It is for anyone who is tired of being tired. I am calling you to come, not to a program or a religion, but to a person. To me. You must understand what this rest is. The world offers you its version of rest, a weekend binge watch, a vacation, a few hours of mindless scrolling. These things can provide temporary relief for your body and your mind, but they can never bring rest to your soul. The rest I offer is different. It is a deep, internal, supernatural peace that is not dependent on your circumstances. It is a quiet confidence that settles in the center of your being, a tranquility that knows, beyond any doubt, that your loving Father is in complete control. It is the ability to be calm in the middle of the life storms. My rest is not the absence of problems. It is the presence of me in the midst of your problems. It is a gift you cannot earn, but you must choose to receive it. And to receive it, you must first let go of what you are holding. You are burdened by the weight of your own works. You are exhausted by the striving to be good enough, to earn my favor, to prove your worth, to fix yourself. You are trying to climb a ladder to heaven that does not exist. My child, listen. I have already come down to you. The work is finished. My son's sacrifice on the cross was complete and total. You can add nothing to it. I am asking you to cease from your own works and to enter into the rest of trusting His finished work. The yoke I offer you is easy, and my burden is light. Do not misunderstand this. A yoke is a tool of work, but it is designed for two. When you take my yoke upon you, you are not taking on a new list of heavy burdens. You are yoking yourself to me. I am the strong one. You walk beside me, in step with me, but I am the one pulling the impossible weight. Your load becomes light because I am carrying it for you. This is why anxiety and striving cannot coexist with my rest. You cannot be frantically trying to control every outcome while simultaneously resting in my sovereign control. It is impossible. The key, the only key, to this rest you so desperately crave, is surrender. It is the conscious, active decision to take your hands off the steering wheel of your life and to place them in mine. It is looking me in the eye and saying, I trust you more than I trust myself. In that moment of surrender, you will find a rest so profound, so peaceful, that it surpasses all understanding. I know there are seasons when the darkness feels absolute. When you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, the valley of grief, of betrayal, of deep depression, of terrifying uncertainty. The darkness in that valley is real. It is a tangible presence that suffocates your hope and amplifies your fear. The shadows twist into the shape of your worst nightmares, and every whisper of the wind sounds like a threat. I do not dismiss your fear or belittle your experience of this darkness. It is a terrifying place to be, but I am making you this unbreakable promise. You do not walk through that valley alone. I am with you. My presence is your guide, my rod your protection, my staff your comfort. I have walked that path before you, and I will walk it again with you. You must understand the nature of this darkness and this shadow. A shadow, by its very definition, is cast by a light that is blocked. But a shadow has no substance of its own. A shadow of a sword cannot cut you. A shadow of a dog cannot bite you. The valley is terrifying, yes, but its power is in its illusion. My son, Jesus, went into the grave and confronted death itself, not its shadow, and he defeated it. He stripped it of its ultimate power. Because of his victory, death for you has lost its sting. You are now walking only through its shadow, and you will get to the other side, because I am leading you. The darkness itself cannot overcome you. Why? Because the moment you received my Son, I, the light of the world, took up permanent residence within your heart. Therefore, the darkness can never extinguish the flame of my Spirit in your soul. It can surround you, it can press in on you, it can lie to you, but it cannot put out the light. My light within you makes you a source of light in the midst of the darkness. This season of night feels like it will last forever. It feels like the new normal. But hear my promise. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. This is not a hopeful platitude. It is a divine certainty. The sun will rise again on your soul. This season will end. The darkness does not have the final say. I do. And my word is light. Until that morning comes, your job is to let your light shine. Down. By choosing to trust me when your feelings scream to despair. By speaking my promises into your own darkness. By showing kindness when your heart is in pain. By holding on to hope when all seems hopeless. When the world sees your small light still flickering in your deep darkness, they are not seeing you. They are seeing me, and they will glorify your Father who is in heaven. So do not be afraid of the night, my child. I am with you, and my light shines brightest in the darkest places. You feel it, don't you? A sense of not quite belonging. A feeling that, even on your best days, something is missing. A deep, quiet homesickness for a place you have never seen. My child, that feeling is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that everything is right. It is your spirit remembering its true home. This world, with all its fleeting beauty and all its deep brokenness, is not your final destination. You are a citizen of heaven, living as a temporary ambassador in a foreign land. That is why nothing here will ever fully and finally satisfy the deepest longings of your soul. You were created for another world. You were created for me. And your hope is not to be found in fixing this temporary residence, but in the certainty of your eternal home. This is why the hope I offer you is so radically different from the world's optimism. Optimism is a fragile thing. It is a belief that your circumstances will improve. It is dependent on a positive outcome, a better job, a healed relationship, a good report from the doctor. When those circumstances do not improve, optimism shatters, leaving you in despair. The hope I give you is not based on your changing circumstances. It is based on my unchanging character. Hope is the rugged, unshakable conviction that I am good and that I am in sovereign control, regardless of what is happening around you. Optimism looks at the storm and says, I think it will pass. Hope looks at the storm and says, I know the one who commands the winds and the waves. Optimism is a feeling. Hope is a person. And his name is Jesus. His hope is a firm and secure anchor for your soul. Picture your soul as a ship, tossed on the often violent sea of life. The winds of adversity and the waves of your own emotions threaten to dash you against the rocks of despair. But you have an anchor. And this anchor is not thrown backward into the shifting sands of your past experiences. It is thrown forward, through the veil that separates this world from the next, and it has hooked directly and securely onto the unshakable reality of my throne in heaven. Your ship may be battered. The winds may howl. But you will not be lost, because your anchor holds firm in the bedrock of eternity. This confident expectation of my goodness is not a passive, wishful thinking. It is an active strength. It is the fuel that enables you to endure the present trial. You can bear the pain of this chapter because you have read the last page of the book, and you know how the story ends. It ends with my complete and total victory, and you, as my child, share in that victory. The suffering of this present time is not even worth comparing with the glory that is about to be revealed in you. And the ultimate fulfillment of your hope, the climactic event of all history, is the day my Son returns to make all things new. This is your blessed hope. Live in its light. It will anchor you through any storm. You stand in the present moment, and you look toward the future, and what you see is a fog of uncertainty. You are afraid of the unknown. You ask, what will happen to my family? What will become of my career? Will my health hold up? From your perspective, your life is a story being written one confusing and unpredictable sentence at a time. I want to give you a glimpse of my perspective. I do not exist within time as you do. I stand outside of it. I am the author of your story. I see your end from your beginning. I have read the entire book of your life, from the first page to the last. And I can tell you, with absolute and unwavering certainty, that your story has a glorious and triumphant ending. You are living in the middle of a chapter. I have already seen the finished masterpiece. Because of this, your fear of the unknown is rooted in a misunderstanding of reality. To you, the future is a blank page, and that is a source of anxiety. To me, your future is a settled history. Every day that is yet to come for you has already been written in my book. It is known, it is planned, and it is held securely in my loving and all-powerful hands. This does not mean your choices do not matter. They matter immensely. But it means that your ultimate destination is secure. I am working all things, even your mistakes, even the sins of others against you, together for your ultimate good. Your future is not a chaotic series of random events. It is a divinely orchestrated journey, with me as your guide, leading you to a destination of unimaginable goodness. My Son told you, I am going to prepare a place for you. This was not a sentimental platitude. It is a statement of current, active reality. Right now, in the spiritual realm that is more real and more permanent than the world you see around you, a home is being prepared. It is a home custom designed for you, a place where you are fully known, perfectly loved, and where you will experience a joy so profound it will make the deepest sorrows of this life feel like a distant dream. I am getting everything ready for your arrival. Every promise I have ever made to you in my word will be fulfilled. Not one will fall to the ground. Your future is as secure as my own character, and my character is perfectly faithful and eternally unchanging. You may look at your life right now, at your age, or your circumstances, and think that your best days are behind you. That is a lie whispered from the pit of hell. As long as you are walking with me, your best days are always ahead of you. The goodness you have experienced so far is merely an appetizer for the banquet I am preparing. The joy you have known is but a faint echo of the symphony of joy that awaits. Do not fear the future, my child. It is my masterpiece in the making. The best is yet to come. My child, we are standing on the very threshold of eternity. I am pulling back the veil to show you the magnificent future and the unshakable hope that is yours. It would break my heart for you to turn away now, to glimpse the destination but refuse to hear of the glorious homecoming I have prepared. We are almost there. Do not abandon the final, most beautiful part of this promise. As we speak of your future, I want to lift your gaze beyond the horizon of this earthly life. As my child, you are an heir. And you are an heir to an inheritance so magnificent that it defies your current comprehension. On earth, an inheritance is something that can be lost. Money can be squandered. Property can fall into disrepair. Reputations can be tarnished. The treasures of this world are all subject to decay and loss. But the inheritance I have reserved for you is of a completely different nature. It is kept in heaven for you, under my personal protection, and it can never perish, spoil, or fade. It is incorruptible, undefiled, and eternal. It is the only truly secure investment in the universe. Part of this inheritance will be your reward. I see every unseen act of faithfulness you perform in this life. The secret prayer, the quiet act of service, the generous gift given with no thought of recognition, the choice to forgive when every fiber of your being wants to hold a grudge. None of it is missed by me. And for these things, I have waiting for you crowns of reward. There is a crown of righteousness for all who have longed for my Son's appearing. There is a crown of glory for those who have faithfully cared for my people. There is a crown of life for those who have persevered through trials. These are the eternal honors I will bestow upon you, not as wages you have earned, but as a grace gift to celebrate the work my Spirit has done in and through you. But these crowns are not the greatest prize. The most glorious part of your inheritance is not a what, but a who. The ultimate reward of heaven is me. In this life, you see me through a glass, dimly. But then, you shall see me face to face. The veil will be torn away forever. You will know me with a perfect clarity, and you will be known by me with a perfect love. And I, your God and your Father, will personally reach out and wipe every last tear from your eyes. Imagine this, my child. A reality where there is no more death, no more funerals, no more grief, no more crying, no more pain, all the former things, all the tragic consequences of a broken world will have passed away forever. For I will make everything new. You will not be a disembodied spirit floating on a cloud. You will have a new, resurrected, glorified body. You will live and work and reign with me in a new heaven and a new earth, a world of unimaginable beauty and unending joy. This earthly life, which often feels so long and so hard, is, in the light of eternity, but a breath. It is a short and momentary affliction. It is a brief preparation for an eternal weight of glory that is beyond all comparison. Live for that reality. It is more real than the ground beneath your feet. We have journeyed far together in this quiet place. I have laid bare my heart, my promises, and my perspective to you. You have been still and you have listened. Now, you stand at a sacred and critical crossroads. Hearing my voice is a profound gift, but with that gift comes a responsibility. The greatest tragedy is not to be lost in the wilderness of your life. It is to be shown the clear path out and to then choose to remain where you are. So I implore you, now that you have heard me, do not harden your heart. Do not dismiss this time as a mere emotional experience that will fade when the noise of your life rushes back in. Do not rationalize away the truths that have pierced your soul. You have been given a moment of divine clarity. What you do next, in the minutes and hours that follow this conversation, matters more than you can possibly imagine. This is your moment of decision. I am not asking you to have your entire life figured out by the time you stand up. I am not commanding you to achieve perfection by tomorrow morning. The weight of that kind of change is too much for you to bear. My instruction is much simpler, much more attainable. I am asking you to take one step. Just one. Based on everything I have said to you, what is the one small, tangible act of obedience you can take right now, Is it to finally make the decision to forgive that person who has wounded you so deeply? Is it to pick up the phone and apologize to someone you have wronged? Is it to put down your phone for the rest of the evening and be fully present with your family? Is it to open my word and read just one psalm? Is it to finally say no to that habit or relationship that has been ensnaring you? I am not asking for 1,000 miles today. I'm asking for one step. The journey to the promised land I have for you is made up of single, faith-filled steps of obedience. You take this one, and I promise, I will provide the light and the strength for the one that follows. This one step must be placed on the foundation of complete trust. For too long, you have practiced partial trust. You have given me the parts of your life that you cannot control anyway, your health, the global economy. But you have kept other rooms of your heart locked, firmly under your own management, your finances, your relationships, your career ambitions. This is not trust. This is delegation of the difficult. Today I call you to surrender. I call you to hand me the keys to every single room. The messy room of your secret fears. The locked room of your deepest shame. The room filled with the idols of your own ambition. Trust me completely. And as you walk out of this conversation, your goal is to abide, to remain, to stay connected to me throughout your day. A branch cannot bear fruit if it is severed from the vine. You cannot bear the fruit of peace, joy, and love if you disconnect from me, the vine, the moment your day gets busy. Stay in this conversation. Let my words remain in you, becoming the very framework of your thoughts. And finally, the comfort you have received was not meant to terminate with you. It is a divine resource that is meant to flow through you. Now go. Look for someone else who is hurting, who is weary, and give away the comfort you have just been given. As you go, return to your day, but return changed. Let this be a turning point. We are at the end of this conversation, but we are at the beginning of you truly living in the reality of my love. After all the instruction, all the promises, all the correction, I have saved the most important, most foundational truth for last. This is the truth that holds all other truths together. It is the bedrock upon which you must build your entire life from this moment on. If you forget everything else I have said, remember this. Hear it in the deepest part of your spirit. Let it silence every other voice of fear, shame, and condemnation. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, in all of creation that can ever separate you from my love. Let me make this devastatingly clear to you. Neither death nor life can separate you. Not the fear of your own mortality, nor the overwhelming pressures and complexities of your daily life. Neither angels nor demons can separate you. Not the mightiest forces in the spiritual realms, whether heavenly or hellish, have the power to sever the bond that I have forged with you through my Son. Neither the present nor the future can separate you. Not the acute pain you are feeling in this present moment, nor the terrifying anxieties you have about what tomorrow may hold. No power, no height, no depth, nothing else in all of creation will be able to separate you from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus your Lord. There is no failure so great, no sin so dark, no mistake so costly that it can exhaust my grace or place you outside the reach of my love. It is a finished, settled, and eternal reality. The world has taught you that love is conditional. It is something you earn through your performance, your appearance, your usefulness. The love you have received from others has often been a fragile thing, here today and gone tomorrow. But my love is not like that. It is of a completely different nature. My love for you is not based on your performance. It is based on my character. And my character is love. Therefore I cannot not love you. My love for you does not increase when you are having a good day and decrease when you are having a bad day. It is constant, steadfast, and unchanging because I am constant, steadfast, and unchanging. Before you were even a thought in your mother's womb, I knew you, and I loved you. I have pursued you with an everlasting love every single day of your life. I have drawn you to myself with unfailing kindness. Every moment of unexpected grace, every narrow escape from danger, every person who showed you a glimpse of true love, every flicker of hope in your darkest night. That was me, pursuing you, wooing you, calling you home to my heart. And so, my beloved child, after all that has been said, I have one final, simple instruction for you. Rest. Simply rest. Cease your frantic striving to be worthy. Cease your anxious worrying about the future. Cease your relentless punishment of yourself for the past. Rest. Rest in this one, magnificent, life-altering, and eternally secure truth. You are unconditionally, unchangeably, and unendingly loved by the God who created the universe. Let this be the foundation you stand on when the ground shakes. Let this be the air you breathe when you feel you are suffocating. Let this be the peace that garrisons your heart and your mind. Rest in my love. You are now standing in the glorious, unshakable reality of my unending love for you. If your heart is overflowing with this truth and you feel a holy fire to pour this love out, then listen to my command. A world is perishing, believing it is unloved and beyond my reach. As I have poured my infinite love into you, you must now become a conduit of that love to them. Your gift becomes the very proof, the tangible message sent to a desperate soul, that they are not forgotten. And I promise you, as you release love, my love will be multiplied back to you, a tide that can never be outrun. Become a child of my love this very moment. Give generously through super thanks, membership, or the sacred link in the description, and send this unending love to a heart that needs it most. My child, this sacred pause was not a coincidence. It was a divine appointment. I have stopped the noise of your world to speak life directly into your spirit. Now, I command you to seal this moment with an act of faith. Testify to this encounter by declaring in the space below, I stopped everything, and I am listening. Let your affirmation be a monument to this moment, a sign that you have heard my call and you will not be the same. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.